yes, Jammeh have his rights, but also the state has its responsibilities to secure our country. If it is Jammeh's right to return to the country, it is also the state's responsibility to make sure that they secure our country. Honorable Speaker, I just want to go against what the Honorable Member for Upper Salem has just mentioned. Because, Honorable Speaker, the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, Article 27 states that official capacity shall in no case exempt a person from criminal responsibility on the statute. So that means that even heads of states cannot rely on status to claim immunity when they have, act against humanity. The UN Convention Against Torture, Article 2, Sub 2 of the Convention also states that, and if you may allow me, no exceptional circumstances whatsoever may be invoked as a justification for torture. Furthermore, Article 14 requires state parties to ensure that victims of torture have an unforeseeable right to fair and adequate compensation. Honorable Speaker, we need to put this very clear. That yes, even though we have our laws that says immunity has to be granted to former heads of state, but it does not have to be granted when it is acts that goes against human rights, gross human rights violations. You see, I'm from Sabasanja, Honorable Speaker. We supported Jammeh all throughout his leadership tenure. We used to support him very well, but we have accepted in 2016, during the last elections of Jammeh, we did not vote for the current president. We voted for Jammeh. But come 2021, we accepted and said, yes, now he's the president, we have to accept, and then we move further as a state. So Jammeh needs to just accept that we now have a country headed by a new government, and if he wants to come, he can easily, liaise with him, with the current government, to see how they can facilitate his coming. But remember, the AG made mention here that Jammeh is wanted in this country. So therefore, immediately he steps foot in this country, he may be arrested. But if he is in good ties with the president, like, he did to Sadauda, he might be accorded, a hotel or whatsoever. And if he clears himself with the law, the president also have powers of prerogative of mercy. And he is a very accommodative president. I believe he may forgive you. Thank you.
Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I find it very interesting for the Honorable Member to caption this that Jammeh's remarks are threat to national security and that the latest pronouncement have generated fear among Gambians and raised legitimate concern about our national security preparedness and government resolve to uphold justice and rule of law. If the Honorable Member quite understood what is contained in the government statement regarding the remarks made by the President. Honorable Speaker, allow me to give you the key issues raised in the statement. The right to return but no immunity is very clear in the statement. That is, the former president has the constitutional right to return to the Gambia, as well as the right does not shield him from prosecution against any alleged crimes. That's very clear. And the legal processes will be activated. That's very clear, and that no immunity agreement exists as claimed by the former president, and that the TRRC findings are taken seriously. That international and regional support the government is working to create a hybrid tribunal for the TRRC and warning for possible prosecution upon return. If that's the position of the government, what has that posed threat to the security? What has that posed fear among Gambians? may be a political fear, but not a security fear. And if there is a political fear, what is wrong with the Grand Alliance? For my party, it was no fear to us.
Order, honorable members.
We've been for 22 years.
Honorable members.
We don't know what Jammeh, now he is away, he wants to come back. Why and how is that person fair to us? Politically, we are prepared. He is free to come and return to the Gambia. To say that the Gambian can never, Jammeh can never be president of this country. The people of the Gambia are determined to defend their democracy and values, justice, peace, and accountability.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, order please. The members behind, you cannot be pointing your fingers. Member for Kiang West and Talinding and Banjul North. No, you cannot behave like that. No, I don't know. Member for Kantora and Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Let me equally thank the move of the motion that is timely. Probably it has been overtaken by event. He raised his concern prior before the government respond to the statement, which was apt. Lest we forget, this is the very parliament that passes the special tribunal bill and passes the special accountability mechanism bill. All geared towards holding Jammeh to account. And this parliament, we must not negate in restoring trust and confidence in our people we represent here. I'm surprised when the UDP are the party that really suffers most under the 20 years of Jammeh. I was expecting them to move a motion today to trigger section. I was expecting them to trigger section 69 of the Constitution. The party went to point of order.
There is point of order. Order. So order, Ramu. There is a point of order from this member for Sabah Sanjal.
Yes. Honorable Speaker. Oh, wait. Are disturbing him. Let him alone. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 17F. While a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent and shall not make unseemly interruption. The Honorable Minority Leader is interrupting the Honorable Majority Leader, and that is not fair.
Order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members. Deputy Majority Leader and orders, please, order. Honorable members, order sustained. Minority Leader and Yokam, please maintain decorum and be silent and stop pointing fingers. Member for Kantora, continue.
Honorable Speaker, I'm really baffled. In the sense that the same party members of parliament standing here, that when Jammeh come, I will welcome at the airport. You are the same political party that established the Solo Sunday Foundation in Jack World prosecuting Jammeh. Solo Sunday Foundation was established with the sole purpose of prosecuting Jammeh in government affairs. So I'm really confused. And also, let me make it clear. It is very unfair.
Councillor, please
to attribute remark and
Councillor used. Honorable members, please order. We have serious business on the order paper today. Let's allow him to continue. Member for Kantora, please continue.
Germany has every right to return to this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also make it clear. To say that what we are facing was as the result of inaction of government is really unfair. The president, in his foresight, deemed it prudent for the purpose of inclusivity and not reconciliation. We deem it fit to make sure that we bring everybody on board. The political amalgamation was as a result of political compromise, safety, inclusion, and not reconciliation. And also understand that I want you to learn that the APRC does not belong to Germany. It's an insult. It's an insult to the people. And there is a point of order. Order. There is a point of order by the member for Jimala.
Honorable Speaker, Order 17F. While a member is speaking, no other member shall, all the members shall be silent and should not make any unseemly interruption. While Honorable Majority Leader is speaking, member for Kiang West and member for Kansara are making remarks.
Order, honorable members. Order. All honorable members, all of you are guilty on that point on that order. All of you. All of you. So,
I was silent, Honorable Speaker. I was not making any.
Member for Fonyi Bintan Karan.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I stand on.
Okay, honorable for Fonyi Bintan said he was silent, but his action now is completely out of order. You cannot use the mic without leave of the speaker. Please, honorable members, all of you maintain decorum. Majority continue.
Honorable Speaker, it's very misleading to attribute APRC to Germany. It's an insult to the followers. And anybody who promises electorate that I'm going to bring Germany, you have a claim to answer.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I want to thank you for that. And clerk, let's proceed. Clerk, let's proceed. Clerk, honorable members, order in accordance with order 14 sub 3, I hereby vary the order paper to begin with the bills. Clerk, let's proceed.
Bills. Order 76, withdrawal of the bill, withdrawal of the Intellectual Property Bill 2023 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Honorable members will recall that during the consideration stage of the Intellectual Property Bill 2023, precisely on Tuesday, 9 July 2024, the Assembly was confronted with a lot of drafting challenges, and therefore the bill could not proceed to the next stage. Now the person in charge of the bill seeks to remedy those mischiefs. Honorable members, Sergeant at Arms, there are a lot of people in the public galleries and standing, chatting. Can they please leave? Let them leave. Sergeant at Arms, who are those people? Can they please move outside? Who is that? Staff, who is that? Can you move outside? Can you move outside? Who is is those people? Who is that guy? Can you move outside? Those in the public gallery, if you want to chat, please go outside. Maintain order and decorum. If you want to talk, you leave quietly. Yes, Sanamenteng, member for Sanamenteng.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say that the person that you've just sent out
Honorable
is a
member,
staff
please take your seat.
of the
No, take your seat. Sit down, take your seat. Honorable members, take your seat. That is not your responsibility. Please, you cannot be a member for Sanamenteng and be the speaker. You cannot do that. That's not your responsibility. No, I don't ask you any question. I ask Sergeant at Arm to go and do the work for me, not you. I don't want to know from you. Please. No. You cannot tell me anything about that person. That's not your role. Honorable members will recall that during the consideration stage of the Intellectual Property Bill 2023 on Tuesday, 9 July 2024, the Assembly was confronted with a lot of drafting challenges, and therefore the bill could not proceed to the next stage. Now the person in charge of the bill seeks to remedy those mischiefs by withdrawing the said bill. Accordingly, today is appointed for the withdrawal in accordance with Order 76. Therefore, I will now invite the Attorney General and Minister for Justice to move a motion for the withdrawal of the bill entitled Intellectual Property Bill 2023. Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Intellectual Property Bill 2023 be withdrawn. Like you mentioned, Honorable Speaker, the bill have gone to the stage of consideration. While we were at the consideration stage, we discovered some serious drafting issues. We stalled the consideration stage and went in to try to redraft. But eventually, the changes are so substantial that we advise ourselves that it's better we withdraw and reintroduce the bill. On that basis, Honorable Speaker, I move that the bill be withdrawn. Thank you.
Any seconder? Member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much. I rise to second the motion for the withdrawal of the Intellectual Property Bill 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Intellectual Property Bill 2023 be withdrawn from the Assembly. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is withdrawn. Clerk, you may proceed.
Thank you. Bill Order 65, first reading of the Intellectual Property Bill 2025 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Intellectual Property Bill 2025 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read the first time. Thank you. Honorable Attorney General.
The Intellectual Property Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Intellectual Property Bill 2025 is appointed for Monday, 1st December 2025 for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66 sub 2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that second reading shall be taken no sooner than one working day after first reading. Clerk, thank you. You may proceed.
Bill Order 65, first reading of the Gambia Integrated Coastal Zone Management Bill 2025 by the Honorable Minister for Public Service, Administrative Reform, Policy Coordination and Delivery, Stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Gambia Integrated Coastal Zone Management Bill 2025 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Honorable Minister for Public Service, Administrative Reform, Policy Coordination and Delivery, stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources, the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
The Gambia Integrated Coastal Zone Management Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Gambia Integrated Coastal Zone Management Bill 2025 is appointed for Monday, 1st December 2025, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66 of 2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that second reading shall be taken no sooner than one working day after first reading. Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed.
Bill Order 65, first reading of the Gambian National Climate Change Bill 2025 by the Honorable Minister for Public Service, Administrative Reform, Policy Coordination and Delivery. Stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Gambia National Climate Change Bill 2025 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Minister for Public Service, Administrative Reform, Policy Coordination and Delivery, stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources, the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the subtitle, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Minister.
The Gambian National Climate Change Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Gambian National Climate Change Bill 2025 is appointed for Monday, 1st December 2025, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66 of 2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, provided that second reading shall be taken no sooner than one working day after the first reading. Clerk.
Bill Order 65, first reading of the Communications Bill 2025.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Communication Bill 2025 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Minister for Communication and Digital Economy, the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Minister? He's not in? I'm informed that the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy is not in, and we have not received any communication, do we? From Honorable members, as I said earlier on, we've not received communication from the Minister for Communication and Digital Economy in respect of a person who will step in. And the standing order is silence on that, but I'm just informed that the colleague Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs want to do that on his behalf for the first reading. The standing orders is silence on that, and I think on order 8, when you go to order 8, I think it should be order 8. In cases where, okay, order 8, in all cases where matters are not expressly provided for by these standing orders, any question on procedure or orders shall be decided by the Speaker. So on that note, I will have decided that the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs will step in on his behalf. Clerk, let's proceed. You have, clerk.
Bill Order 65, the first reading of the Communications Bill 2025.
My distance up, please.
By the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy. In his stead, the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Communication Bill 2025 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs on behalf of the Minister for Communication and Digital Economy, the party in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Clerk, Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, please hand over a copy.
The Communications Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Communication Bill 2025 is appointed for Monday, 1st December 2025, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66 of 2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, provided that second reading shall be taken no sooner than 1 working day after the first reading. Thank you. Clerk, before you proceed, I overheard someone using the mic. Who was that? Latikunda. Latikunda, yes?
No, I changed my mind. I'm not speaking now.
Clerk, let's proceed.
Thank you. Laying of papers and reports. Consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the committee's consideration of the 2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia, as well as debate on the 2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia. 1st January to 31st December 2026, both dates inclusive.
Honorable members, the 2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure was tabled by the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs and seconded by the Honorable Member for Lower Salum on Friday, 31st October 2025. Therefore, we are to commence the debate on the said draft estimates. In view of that, may I now call upon the chairperson of FPAC to table the consolidated report in accordance with Order 84 sub 2 and B for the consideration and debate proper on the 2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, it is my privilege to present this consolidated report on the 2026 estimate of revenue and expenditure prepared pursuant to Section 152 of the Constitution, the standing orders, and in line with the National Assembly enduring mandate to safeguard the public purse. This exercise has once again demonstrated the central role of parliamentary oversight in strengthening fiscal discipline, enhancing transparency, and ensuring that every dollar appropriated delivers value for our citizens. The committees of the Assembly approach the scrutiny of estimate with seriousness. Moment demands. The national budget continues to be shaped by competing pressures, ambitious development priorities, a growing demand for essential services, and an increasing horizon debt service obligation that absorb a significant share of domestic resources. Against this backdrop, sector committees engage all ministries, departments, and agencies in vigorous bilateral sessions, interrogating policy priorities, expenditure drivers, historical performance, and compliance with national development objectives. Their work reflects a collective resolve to ensure prudence without undermining service delivery or policy continuity. This report consolidates the findings and recommendations of all committees, including critical reallocations, justified augmentations, and necessary cost-saving measures across sectors. It equally highlights areas where institutional weaknesses, structural inefficiencies, and persistent under-budgeting continue to undermine the operational effectiveness. The Assembly remains concerned about the extent to which debt service clerks are allocations to productive and social sectors and draws attention to growing dependency on external grants to sustain key development programs. These concerns require sustained collaboration between the legislature and executive to anchor fiscal management on long-term sustainability. I wish to commend the committees for their diligence, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs for its continuous engagement throughout the process, and all board controllers for their cooperation. The recommendations contained herein are forward-looking, actionable, and grounded in realities presented during scrutiny. They are intended not merely to adjust figures, but to enhance accountability, strengthen institutional capacity, and ensure that public resources are allocated where they yield the greatest development impact. As the Assembly proceeds to final stages of approving the appropriation bill, I urge honorable members to consider this report as a strategic instrument, one that balances national priorities with fiscal realism, and one that affirms our collective commitment to responsible governance. The stewardship of public finances is a staggered trust, and through this report, the Assembly continues to uphold that trust with clarity, integrity, and purpose. Honorable Speaker, the Finance and Public Accounts Committee wishes to extend its profound appreciation to all those who contributed to the successful scrutiny and consolidation of the 2020 estimate of revenue and expenditure. This report is the product of the collective effort, rigorous engagement, and a shared commitment to strengthening public financial management in the Gambia. The committee acknowledges first and foremost the diligent work of all sector committees of the National Assembly. Their meticulous scrutiny, constructive dialogue with ministries, departments and agencies, and sector-specific analysis provided the essential foundation upon which this consolidated report is built. The professionalism and thoroughness demonstrated throughout the bilateral sessions reflect the Assembly's unwavering dedication to ensuring accountability and value for money in the use of public resources. We extend sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs and its technical team for their continuous cooperation, timely clarification, and support during the budget engagement process. Their readiness to provide additional data, validate figures, and address emerging concerns facilitated an informed and evidence-based review of the estimates. The committee also expresses appreciation to all board controllers and institutional representatives who appear before the various committees. Their disclosures, justifications, and willingness to engage frankly on operational challenges and funding needs significantly enhance the quality of parliamentary scrutiny. Our appreciation further goes to Office of the Clerk and the Committee Secretariat for their tireless administrative and technical support. The Secretariat's coordination, documentation, and analysis and logistical facilitation ensure that the committees will progress efficiently and to the highest professional standards. This report stands as a collective achievement, one that underscores the importance of collaboration, transparency, and diligence in the stewardship of national resources. The committee remains steadfast in its commitment to supporting a budget process that is accountable, inclusive, and aligned with the national development priorities of the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, on introduction, in accordance with Section 152 as amended of the 1997 Constitution of the Gambia, the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs presented the estimate of revenues, recurring and development expenditures for the Republic of the Gambia for the fiscal year 2026 to the National Assembly on Friday, 31st October 2025. The total proposed appropriation stands at 43,490,961,964. When incorporating external financing from loans and grants, the total budget envelope stands at 59,361,994,416. The budget is presented against a backdrop of projected economic growth, with the nominal gross domestic product estimated to increase from 174.8 billion in 2025 to 205 billion in 2026. The government fiscal strategy, as outlined in the estimate, aims to balance ambitious development goals outlined in the National Development Plan with the pressing need for fiscal sustainability, particularly in light of substantial debt service burden. The 2026 budget anticipates a modest improvement in the fiscal deficit. The overall gross surplus, as the deficit for all funds, projected to be 2.07 billion, that is minus 1.01% of the GDP, an improvement from the minus 2.65 billion to minus 1.51% of the GDP approved for 2025. This deficit is expected to be fully financed through a combination of domestic and foreign borrowing alongside debt amortization payments. Revenue performance: total revenue and grants are projected at 50.29 billion, that is 24.53% of the GDP. A critical observation is the composition of this revenue. Domestic revenue is projected at 32.20 billion, showing a heavy reliance on tax revenue, that is 27.01 billion, which sees a significant increase. However, non-tax revenue is projected to decline sharply from 7.96 billion in 2025 to 5.19 billion in 2026. Grants constitute a substantial 18.08 billion, that is 36% of the total revenue and grants, underscoring a significant dependency on donor funding for the national budget, particularly for the development project. Expenditure allocations: total expenditure and net lending are estimated at 52.36 billion, that is 25.54% of the GDP. A major concern is the allocation of national debt service, which is at 13.46 billion, consumes 30.95% of the GDP budget and 22.67% of the total budget, including loans and grants. This staggering figure underscores the significant pressure that the debt repayment imposes on the national treasury, therefore crowding out potential expenditures in critical social and productive sectors. Accordingly, this consolidated report presents the considered findings and recommendations of all committees following their scrutiny of the 2026 estimates. It outlines the sectoral analysis, the adjustment made to budget submissions, and the rationale for all reallocations and savings. The report further details the overarching fiscal issues requiring executive attention and sets out the general recommendations to the National Assembly in full fulfillment of its oversight duty to ensure prudent, transparent, and accountable management of public resources. Honorable Speaker, let's go straight to ministry by ministry, where I will only read the recommendations advanced by the respective committees. Under the Office of the President, after the scrutiny, the committee was able to generate cuttings and then additions, and therefore recommended as follows. The committee recommends that henceforth all government rents and rates allocation be transferred to CORA to streamline management and enhance accountability. On recommendation 2, under OP, the committee recommends an additional allocation of 27 million to NCCE's OC. This funding is intended to support sensitization initiatives in the light of the upcoming elections scheduled for December 2026. On the National Assembly, the committee made some increments on the development budget, and the justification recommendation, a supplementary budget. The Assembly requires an urgent additional budget of 50 million for the 2026 fiscal year to overhaul its failing ICT infrastructure. The current system installed in 2014 is obsolete and at a high risk of total collapse, frequently disrupting debates, compromising official records, and threatening to paralyze parliamentary operations. The funding will cover a 50 million contract for a comprehensive digitalization project, including a new digital microphone system, electronic voting, member tablets, and a modern hazard system. This investment is critical to prevent an institutional shutdown and enhance legislative efficiency and transparency, and align National Assembly with modern parliamentary standards. On the judiciary, after cuttings and increments, the committee recommends as follows. Regarding the judicial request for 50 million to construct an office, the committee recommends a phase-funded approach to ensure budgetary feasibility. It recommends that an amount of 25,500,000 be allocated in 2026 budget to commence the first phase. The remaining balance required to complete the project be incorporated in the following year's 2027 budget allocation. That is, judiciary needs 50 million, but the committee recommends to do it in phases. The first phase is 25 million, the next phase can be the balance of 25 million. For Independent Electoral Commission, the commission presented the budget and then it was reviewed, cuttings were made, and the committee concluded to recommend as follows. The committee recommends a total deduction of 270,776,706 from the IEC's budget. That is after the deduction, reallocation, that was the total saving the committee was able to make under the IEC's budget. Under National Audit Office, after the review, there were cuttings and increment. Finally, the committee resolved to get a total saving of $56,608,020 and therefore recommended for this saving to be made from the budget of the National Audit Office. Under Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, where we have satellite institutions or subvented institutions altogether, the committee made the following recommendations after cuttings and reallocations. The committee recommends that an additional allocation of 50 million be added to the budget of the Ministry of Finance due to underbudgeting, that an additional fund of 25 billion be added to the Accountant General's Department budget to cater for development of the IFMS Gambia, that is the Gambia FMS budget line. Under Ombudsman, the committee only deducted 6,245,000 and therefore recommends that the said 6 million deducted from the vehicle be added to FPAC savings. That is the amount so far has been saved to be supporting the Ministry of Finance. Under centralized service, the committee resolved to increase the allocation in the budget line civil service staff loan. That was zero, perhaps could be an omission, and 5 million is recommended to be allocated for that. As well as under the settlement of confirmed debt, that was sort of about 45 million. The committee also recommended that adjustment to be made and therefore recommended that the total 50 million be allocated to centralized services. On the Ministry of Public Service, the total deduction, increment and deduction after the committee was able to make a saving of 212,000 under the recurrent, and then under the development, the committee need an addition of 4,375,000. So therefore, the committee recommends as follows: that the training budget line needs to be increased. That's the last year an allocation of 65 million was made. However, the scholarships will not be awarded to continuing students. The scholarship, however, the scholarship will only be awarded to continuing students with no new scholarship granted. As a result, a request is made to add that 65 billion, to add 35 billion to it, to this year's budget. It could be called that 100 million was targeted for that. Unfortunately, we could not get this whole 100 billion. 65 was allocated, and that 65, the ministry could only cater for the continuing students, and the new students could not have scholarships, and therefore they requesting for extra 35 billion to make it 100 so that they can have both the new students and then the continuous students. That the ministry right to finance to create a human resource budget line, which they said was completely deleted and then copied to FPAC to ensure that that budget line is created. On the office of the Vice President, where they have satellite institutions, all inclusive. After the cuttings and adjustments, the committee recommends that all rents and rates in all the institutions be transferred to Cora at the office of the Vice President. On the Standing Committee on Public Enterprises, Honorable Speaker, allow me to read this part of the the State-Owned Enterprises Commission. The committee met with both the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and the State-Owned Enterprise Commission to discuss the Commission's 2026 budget. During the deliberations, it was evident that the Commission needs budget augmentation for some of its activities to deliver its mandate. Below is the justification for the proposed augmentation. 1. Human resource augmentation. To effectively fulfill its expanding mandate, the Commission urgently requires recruitment of 5 key personnel, 2 financial analysis, 2 governance specialists, and 1 director of financial oversight. While the optimal structure would include 2 directors, 1 overseeing financial oversight and the other governance, current resource limitations necessitate a streamlined approach. Accordingly, a single director of financial oversight will be appointed to supervise both functional teams. Furthermore, the committee was informed that 6 new SOEs will be established in 2026, including the decoupling of the NAWIC and GCAA. This will require the Commission to increase its oversight activities of the SOEs. This will also require the expenses of the Commission to increase, and there is a serious need to operationalize some of the key units of the Commission. Thus, the committee recommends that an additional 6.5 million, thus the gross including the tax and social security contributions, be allocated to recruit 5 additional personnel, that is the 3 analysts and then the 2 directors. Number 2, the vehicle procurement. The Commission presents lacks a utility vehicle, which is essential for logistical operations such as dispatching letters and conducting routine errands. To address this gap, we propose the acquisition of 3 vehicles, 1 utility, 1 for the Director of Finance and Administration, and 1 for incoming Director of Financial Oversight. Thus, the committee recommends an augmentation of 10.5 million for the procurement of 3 vehicles, that is 2 for the 2 directors and 1 for a utility vehicle for the office. Each vehicle is budgeted for 3.5 million, totaling 10.5 million. And thirdly, technical capacity building. In the light of the Commission's broad and evolving responsibilities, it is imperative to bolster the technical proficiency of its staff. Priority areas for capacity enhancement include financial analysis, international financial reporting standards, the performance contract negotiation, implementation and monitoring, and corporate governance best practices. Thus, the committee recommends an additional budget of 3 million to train the staff on areas regarding fiscal risk assessment, performance contract negotiation, formation and monitoring, as well as the code of good corporate governance. In total, for recruitment of 5 new staff, a tune of 6.5 million, 3 vehicles 10.5, training 3 million, total 20 million. Under the Standing Committee for Defense and Security, Ministry of Defense, the ministry reviewed the budget, or the committee rather, reviewed the budget for the Ministry of Defense as well as the allied institutions, namely the police, drug law enforcement agency, prison, fire and rescue services, Gambia Immigration Department, and then Gambia Immigration Department. The ministry or the committee made they did not come with specific recommendations as arranged by other committees, but here the important areas as far as the committee is concerned. For the Ministry of Defense, they need 285 million for what they call the TACOS. That this is what is insufficient as far as the allocation for that budget line, the TACOS is concerned. That is under Ministry of Defense. And for the Gambia Armed Forces, GAF, according to them, requested 26,200,000, and then only 6 million was allocated for GAF on this particular budget line, that is the protective clothing for that. And then under another budget line, food for food services budget line, 5 million was allocated for that one. And then the committee also need augmentation on those budget lines. On the Ministry of Interior, the total saving or the total deduction for that particular ministry is 1.6, that is 1,650,000. That was generated from the deduction, and therefore this was allocated to the travel expenses under the said ministry. For the police, that is the law enforcement and crime prevention, under food for food services, the committee requires an addition, what was budgeted 6.4 million, the committee requires an addition of 28,206,244. And on the fuel for lubricants, the committee requested an addition of 29,756,756. For uniforms and protective clothing, the committee requires an addition of 10,680,000 to that particular budget line. Under the Drug Law Enforcement Agency, the Gambia, the agency reported that they had no issues with their budget, although they mentioned challenges such as limited operational vehicles and inadequate office space. For the prisons, the challenges faced by the Gambia Police prison services outweigh the budget ceiling allocated to them. One of their main areas of concern is the budget line for support to adult inmates and rehabilitation, specifically relating to uniforms and protective clothing. An error was made in this budget line, resulting in an under-budgeting of 1 million. They also highlighted a shortfall in the budget line for training of adult inmates, that they need an additional 100,000. For fire and rescue service, the committee, what was budgeted is 500,000 for spare parts under the fire service, ambulance and rescue, and therefore the committee need an allocation of 125,000. Under stationery, the committee requested 1.5 million for stationery. Only 1 million was allocated. and the Gambia Immigration Department under telephone and internet services, 2 million was requested and 500,000 given. That means they need a balance or maybe something more than 500,000. Electricity and water, 3 million was requested, and then when the actual is 1.6 million. For fuel and lubricants, 11 million was submitted by the ministry, and then for printing expenses, the department submitted 91 million, including the 60 million for the ID cards and 30 for the passports. However, only 38 was allocated, which the department noted is inadequate for operational demands. And for training, they submitted 3.5 million, but received 2.5 million, and spent 1.5. They clarified that the actual spending is, for this year, as of October, they clarified that the actual spending is limited by cash allocation, not by the absence of training needs. Under repatriation expenses, department submitted 700, but received 150, 700,000, but received 150,000. Under ICT infrastructure, their submission was 5 billion, only 1 million, 1.2 is allocated. The critical system, including the meters and related hardware, remain underfunded, posing national security concerns. Under the Select Committee on Tourism, Arts and Culture, they scrutinized the budget and provided, for this particular committee, that's where you have the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. Under the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, all that have been deducted, a total of 1.5 has been allocated to other budget lines. Under the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the augmentation is meant for follow-up visit to Greece. The stakeholders for this visit are the committees, the ministry, GSI, and then Higher Education, and it is meant to engage the American Agricultural University in Thessaloniki to have an MOU between the university and the respective stakeholders in the Gambia. The cuttings that were made were reallocated to other budget lines, including this particular one. Under satellite institutions, under the SEC committee, first under the Ministry of Youth and Sports, support to youth empowerment, the committee was informed that this budget line was over budgeted by 440,348. That subvention to the PE of the said budget line has been over budgeted by that particular amount. Understanding Committee of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians Abroad, they did cuttings and then reallocations, and at the end made the following recommendation. The total amount cut and reallocated is 24,700,000. The ministry has reported that the budget line, that's rents and rates, on the embassy of Doha, which has been zero, was actually allocated an amount of 18,651,600. However, the imputing was made in another budget item called Qatar Embassy, which does not reflect in the estimates. The committee recommends that the committee recommends that an amount of 18,651,000 be allocated to rents and rates under Doha Embassy instead of Qatar. And then went further to recommend that an amount of 1,501,000 be added to the budget line, rents and rates, that is for Embassy Addis Ababa, to cater for the shortfall. Under the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters, the Ministry of Justice, the committee in consultation with the ministry, reviewed the estimates for the ministry and recommends that the budget line for vehicle, which is zero in the estimate, be augmented to 3 million as the ministry needs a vehicle for its operation. And that under National Human Rights Commission, the committee recommends that the budget estimate for the National Human Rights Commission be kept as presented without deduction. However, it is important to note, it is important to further support the commission with an allocation of 122,000 on monitoring, considering that 2026 is an election year, and that the commission shall actively engage in election monitoring. For the Select Committee on Regional Government, Lands and Ombudsman and IEC, for the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government, the committee reviewed the budget and made some cuttings and adjustments or increment for the ministry. And therefore made the following recommendations: that the 5 billion from the deductions they made, that the savings should be allocated to the budget code under religious affairs budget line. That is to support the local organization budgeted, that is the 6 million, totaling an amount of 5 million. That is previously, or as it stands, 6 million is allocated. These savings of 5 billion can be added to that to give them 11 million. That the balance of the savings, 187,500, be added to the budget code, area administrator, Banjul budget line, training budget, and then for training budget also 37,500, totaling an amount of 225,000. For the Select Committee on Environment, Sustainable Development and NGOs Affairs, for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Wildlife, they've also made some deductions and increments for the ministry and then the satellites institutions, and at the end recommends as follows: that in the subsequent committee meetings and budget bilateral sectors should come up with comprehensive data on the execution of the previous allocations. So that means all that they cut were reallocated to other budget lines. The Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, the committee made a total deduction of 5,100,000 from 4 budget lines. And then at the end, the fisheries, there's one ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources. The committee recommends that the budget estimate for the fishery be kept without deduction or further reallocations. And for the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, the committee also did cuttings and increments, and therefore recommended as follows: with the current expansion of rural electrification budget line, the budget line plants, machinery and equipment allocated the amount of 157,618,191 should be augmented to 400 million to support the extension of electricity to some communities in the rural areas. That is to say, 157 was allocated, and this should be increased to 400. For the Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, the Ministry of Agriculture, the committee did deductions and then some additions in the ministry's budget, as well as satellite institutions under the ministry, and therefore recommends as follows. That is the Gamsals project, 25. The committee recommends that out of the amount deducted, the following reallocation be made among other departments and projects as part of the government contributions. So these are the proposed reallocations. So that project, 25 million, and then the CPCU, 4 million, the Roots project, 1 million, the SRP, 3 million, RRVCDP, 5 million, the GASP, 4 million, and P2RS, 4 million, and then the reward project, 4 million. Altogether, it's a total of 106,925,000 reallocation to be done as shown in the table. The committee further recommends that an amount of 150 million be allocated to the recapitalization of NFS PMC from the savings made by FPAC. Why is the saving of FPAC? You don't talk about your saving, you are talking about FPAC saving. Select Committee on Monitoring of Government Projects. The Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure. The committee could not make any deduction due to volume of work by the ministry. However, the following recommendations were made. 1, due to commitment on ongoing road construction, the committee recommends that the estimate for the ministry be maintained as presented. And 2, however, due to a high volume of road construction projects, the committee strongly recommends that no other road projects should be initiated until the completion of existing projects. Thirdly, as a result of the environment of almost 93 million from the Roads Management Fund, which supports road maintenance, the committee recommends that henceforth no environment should be made by the Ministry of Finance without the consultation with the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure on that particular budget line. For the Select Committee on Trade and Regional Integration, Ministry of Trade, Regional Integration and Employment, they also did some cuttings and increments in the budget for both the ministry and the satellite institutions, and recommended as follows. 1, the committee recommends that the budget line contribution to the international organization under the development budget with an amount of, given amount of 2,850,000 be moved to budget line operating costs under the development budget. The committee also recommends that all pending statutory deduction for GAIPA as at 1st October 2025 be settled. The breakdown is as follows. The GRA tax plus penalties and interest, 5,366,692.44. The Social Security contribution plus penalties, 4,327,792.91. This gives a total of 9,694,485.35. That is said to be oil. Under Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT, first, Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. I think the ministry has issues, or the committee has issues under this particular ministry, and recommends that the budget line under training be augmented from 900,000 and then to give a total allocation of 1 million. For subvention to non-financial public corporation, the committee recommends an increment to the subvention. And then, in that, no amount is suggested. For food and food services, the committee recommends an increase of 50 million, which will bring the total to 300 million. That for school feeding programs remain a vital attention mechanism. Under fees and handling charges, the committee recommends an augmentation of 10 million, making a total allocation of 37,937,410. Under heavy duty generator, the committee recommends an allocation of 5 million under the development budget to enable the ministry procure more heavy duty generator for the ministry headquarters. Contribution to international organization, the committee recommends an addition of 20 million, bringing the total to 120 million. Under building and structures, the committee recommends an allocation of 50 million on the same budget line, and for wells, boreholes, water points, and reticulation systems, the committee recommends an allocation of 5 million. The Gambia National Library Service Authority, the committee recommends an increase in the budget allocation. However, could not recommend or suggest the amount. Under Ministry of Information, there were reductions and increments, and the committee made the following recommendations. Maintenance of building under development budget, the committee recommends that funds previously placed under the development board be reallocated to the recurrent budget, as the ministry has been unable to access these funds in the previous years. Subvention to Access to Information Commission and Data Protection and Privacy, the committee recommends the increment of this subvention instead of a reduction from 2025. The PE should be increased by 8 million to cater for additional staff needs, as they will be handling data protection and privacy. For the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, open scholarship, the committee recommends an augmentation of 150 million to a total of 250 million. Subventions, University of Applied Science, the committee recommends an addition of 10 million to the subvention, that is the 25 million. And for contribution to international organization, the committee recommends to increase this budget to 35.5 million. For development budget, the School of Dentistry in Banjul, and then Medicine and Allied Health Science Schools. For laboratories and facilities, the committee recommends an additional allocation of 15.5 million. And for the operating costs, the committee recommends an increase of 50 million. For technical and vocational education and training, the committee recommends increment of this budget by 19 million. For the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, for the OC, the committee recommends an increase of 9 million, which will bring the total to 10 million. On the development budget, the ICT infrastructure, hardware, network, and facilities, the committee recommends an increase of 4.5 million. And for operating costs, the committee recommends the augmentation of 5.5 million, and Digital Gambia Limited, the committee recommends an augmentation of 10 million to support the institution's broadcasting commitments. Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Refugees and Humanitarian Relief, Ministry of Health, they also did deductions in the budget, and provide the following justifications and recommendations. For the justification, for the Gambia to invest in the construction of the radiotherapy bunker and strengthening of emergency referral and national ambulance services, it is a critical economic and public health imperative to halt the unsustainable financial drain of referring patients abroad for overseas treatment. In 2023 alone, referral for just 54 patients cost an estimated amount of 36 million. This facility will transform this recurring costly expense into a permanent national asset, enabling the treatment of over 1,000 patients annually within the country and reducing external referral costs by over 70% while saving lives. And therefore, the committee recommends that the requested extra funding of 100 million for a start to be approved to immediately commence the construction of the radiotherapy bunker and strengthening of emergency referral and national ambulance services. This decision is a strategic investment in national health sovereignty that will end the costly cycle of overseas referrals and establish the Gambia's first cancer-saving treatment center, delivering urgent care to citizens without further delay. For the Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare, the committee did deductions in the various budget lines for both the recurrent and development in the main ministry and satellite institutions. And made the following recommendations. The committee recommends that a total saving of 2,672,000 be allocated to the vehicles budget line, which had been under budgeted. Support to Victims Fund. The committee requests an additional amount of 5 million to be distributed among the following directorates to support vulnerable groups. This includes the Victim Support Fund for survivors of sexual and gender-based violence under the Directorate of Gender, Equality and Women Empowerment, Disability Fund under the Directorate of Social Welfare, and the Children's Fund under the Directorate of the Children's Affairs. These funds aim to provide targeted assistance and empowerment to these groups in a structured and sustainable manner. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, the proposed fiscal year, that is 2026 budget, represents a continuation of the government's efforts to stabilize public finances while funding essential services and NDP initiatives. However, several critical issues emerge that will form the core of the FPAC's subsequent detailed consideration. One, the debt sustainability. Allocation of nearly 1/3 of domestic revenue to debt service is a primary concern. The Assembly must assess the long-term sustainability of this part and its impact on national development. To revenue mobilization, the projected decline in non-tax revenue and the overall heavy reliance on grants raise questions about the robustness and diversification of the domestic revenue base. Strategies for enhancing tax compliance and identifying new revenue streams are imperative. The physical space for development. The minimal GLF contribution to the development budget suggests constant capacity for self-finance growth. The Assembly, together with the Ministry of Finance, should explore strategies to create more fiscal space for critical infrastructure and human capital investments. And for efficiency of expenditure, given the budget constraint achieving value for money and ensuring the efficiency of every dollar spent, particularly in the large recurrent budget, is paramount. In conclusion, while the 2026 budget aims to navigate a path of fiscal consolidation and growth, it does so under the considerable weight of public debt and donor dependency. The FPAC's role in scrutinizing the detailed estimates, questioning the responsible officers, and ensuring that this budget truly serves the best interests of the people of the Gambia has never been more critical. Therefore, on general recommendations, following a thorough review of the budget's submission from the various institutions, ministry departments and agencies, and after careful consideration of the recommendations put forward by the various committees, FPAC recommends the following. 1. Debt sustainability, that the Assembly directs the Ministry of Finance to table a medium-term debt management strategy before the 2027 estimates, setting clear annual targets for reducing debt service pressures and limiting domestic borrowing. 2. Social sector protection, that the government adopts minimum spending floors for education and health within the ministry and submit annual compliance report to FPAC. 3. Procurement integrity, that the Assembly mandates GPPA and the Ministry of Finance to strengthen procurement compliance, publish quarterly procurement reports, and enforce sanctions for non-compliance. 4. Revenue assurance, that the government implements a comprehensive revenue assurance program, including enhanced custom valuation, expanded tax coverage, and full digitization of non-tax revenue streams. And 5. Poverty expenditure consolidation, that the Ministry of Finance prepares consolidated statement of all poverty and social protection expenditures for the next budget cycle to improve targeting, eliminate overlaps, and maximize impact. 6. High return infrastructure prioritization, that the government will prioritize the development budget toward a high impact infrastructure. And 6. Prior parliamentary approval for any reallocation from designated flagship projects. 7. Internal audit strengthening, that the Ministry of Finance and the Internal Audit Directorate enforce quarterly internal audit reporting across the MDAs with compliance scoring and corrective actions for recurrent lapses. 8. Public financial management and digitalization reforms, that the Assembly declares PFM and digital reforms as critical and instruct the Ministry of Finance to complete the FMS upgrades, roll out the e-payments, and submit the quarterly execution report to FPAC. And 9. Fiscal risk disclosure, that the Ministry of Finance submit an annual statement of fiscal risks covering the SOEs, guarantees, areas, PPPs, and climate-related exposures for dedicated review by FPAC. And 10. Strengthen parliamentary oversight, that the FPAC conducts quarterly budget execution hearings with the Ministry of Finance and priority MDAs, and then reflects persistent non-compliance in subsequent budget recommendations. 11. Moving forward, all MDAs must submit their staff nominal roll, fixed asset register, and all other relevant supporting documents to the National Assembly at least 30 days before their budget bilateral with the committees. And 12. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs should conduct a comprehensive revenue review across the government institutions with a particular focus on self-generated revenues by MDAs and implement measures to improve domestic revenue mobilization before 2027 budget. 13, National Audit Office should consider conducting a thorough revenue audit across all MDAs. 14, that the Office of the Clerk facilitate a tripartite conference among FPAC, independent institutions, and Ministry of Finance to discuss the pressure of their submissions on the national budget. 15, that the National Assembly consider decoupling FPAC into two stand-alone committees, as currently the committee is overwhelmed with public accounts rather than finance-related matters. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I move that the August Assembly consider and adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and of course, members of FPAC. Any seconder? In the absence of second, okay, the member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I rise to second the motion, and I would want to participate in the discussion about the report. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. It is a very important report. Honorable Speaker, the report highlights the focus of the National Assembly as far as the budget is concerned. And we would look at this against what is the mandate of the National Assembly on the national budget. Honorable Speaker, national budget, we review the budget once annually, and we expect that ministries do bilateral with the Ministry of Finance. And in that bilateral, Ministry of Finance look at their budget to see if they are within the ceiling given to them and to prioritize development of the country. Because we have national development plan, and we want to believe each ministry supposed to have a strategic plan linked to the mandate of those various ministries, and look at how those priorities are being captured in the budget. And there were cuttings and reprioritizations were done. And when they come to the National Assembly, it is more or less the same thing that we're doing when we look at the report. However, we want to believe that the report and the job of the National Assembly should look at the priorities of the country, linking to the National Development Plan. Health and health services. Are these priorities and the mandate of the ministry being addressed in the budget? When we look at education priorities, are these things being addressed by the budget? Gender equality issues, persons with disabilities, and children's social welfare issues, are these being addressed in the budget? The issues of the victims, if they are not addressed in the budget, we look at the budget and return it back to the ministry to say the budget is not addressing the needs of the Gambian people. This is supposed to be the focus of the National Assembly. But per se, we are also been cutting and adding to what the ministries thought were their priorities. Honorable Speaker, I think ministry has done a program-based budget in which we have been advocating for a long time. And each of the ministry has a program. And looking at those programs, what have they achieved from the previous budget that we have allocated to them? To definitely determine what we allocate to them right now. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the development priorities of our country, and the budget does not only determines the allocation, but it measures. Budget is a tool to measure the performance of a government.
Government priorities determines the performance of a government and the focus, the seriousness and responsibilities of a government. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the budget, let's look at these social sector ministries. Let's start with the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education. Their total allocation for this year is 6 billion. These constitute 14%, 6.1 billion. These constitute 14% of our budget. Honorable Speaker, only 1 billion, 1.6 billion goes to development. 4.5 billion all goes to recurrent. This tells us how serious are we and how do we want to address educational matters in a country. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Health, for 1.5 billion, only 435 million goes to development. 1 billion plus goes to recurrent. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, 116 million is their total allocation. Only 18 million goes to development. This tells us what do we prioritize, if we prioritize development or not. Honorable Speaker, when we look at our national budget, when I consult so many people, because citizens want to believe that budget should reflect the amount of budget allocation and the list of beneficiaries. This list of beneficiaries supposed to be in ghost if you understand budget. You don't need to name every citizen's name in the budget. But logically, every citizen should see their name in the list of beneficiaries of the budget. And when you look at the budget, many citizens are complaining that their names are not on the list. Honorable Speaker, let's look at this. Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, when we look at history, as per our national priorities and loans that we have taken to address the needs of our country, most of these loans that we are taking on our DLF development are going into roads. Honorable Speaker, road is essential for the national development. But what is the importance of road when it is linking to a dilapidated school? What is the importance of road when it is linking to unequipped hospital and understaffed hospital? Roads should link to an infrastructure that is essential to the needs and aspirations of the Gambian people. Honorable Speaker, let me run you through the history of what has happened from 2022 to date as far as the loan is concerned.
So, sir, can I have that, please? Honorable Speaker, are we debating on the budget or we are on the report of the FPAC? Because it seems we are doing the two. Should we put the two together, or we only debating on the report, or we going to do both the report and the budget? Because the other paper is you have the report of the FPAC, and then the other one, the motion is the debate on the budget. So are we getting the two together now? No, it's not both. Currently, it's not both. If you look at other paper, it's not both.
Honorable Member for Joshua, don't mind them, ignore them, address the Speaker.
It's not both. We only have the report first and then on the motion on the debate. But currently we are debating. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, during my communication to you, I did indicate that we are going to deal with them simultaneously. So we are going to debate on both the report and the estimate because it's the same. The committee report, the FPAC report, is there's a consolidated report of all the various committees. So if you are debating on it, we debate on both. I want to allow him to finish, then we come on. I want to allow him to second, then we come on. The member for Kiang West, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, it's crazy anyway. Honorable Speaker, I was trying to run the assembly through the history as far as our loan is concerned and to assess what impact have we gained, and going forward, what's supposed to be the focus of various ministries. Honorable Speaker, in 2022, Ministry of Finance, but let me go to these other sector ministries. Ministry of Health, in 2022, had a loan and grant component of 600 million for healthcare infrastructure, disease control, and vaccination. Do we assess what that 600 million has addressed? And in 2023, 700 million on COVID response HIV programs. In 2024, hospital upgrades, maternal health, 850 million. In 2025, 900 million expanded primary health care and vaccination rollout. What is the impact of this? Do we assess this? Do we attack these things to the indicators and to see the performance of the healthcare services? Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Agriculture, in 2022, 100 million goes to agricultural modernization and climate change control. 120 million goes to irregular irrigation and rural development. In 2024, 100 is about 1,400 million on livestock development and food security. In 2025, 1,500 million on agro processing and market access programs. All these are programs that we have, and we take loans to address this, and Gambians pay these loans. And what we have seen in this year's budget, ministry has reduced grants and increased the loan component, because grants are conditionalities. And people giving you funds conditions you what to do with their grant, and they hold you to account. But loans, institutions are going to give you their loans. They don't care how you spend it. If you spend it anyhow, what they care about, their money is going to be paid. So we can see the focus of the government and focus of the ministry, taking more of the loans instead of the grants, so that we take all of these things to the road infrastructure, and where there is lesser accountability, much of it is going into the procurement of expensive vehicles and other services. But I want to believe that government should shift the focus and spend more of our GLF into development than the recurrent. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the consolidated report of Finance and Public Account on the findings and recommendations the member for the minority leader member for Brikama North.
What I wanted to say is that even though the two are connected, but we have them separate, I would advise that the minister also move his motion. Then when it's seconded, then the debates can be one. But the motion has to be moved by the minister. There's a motion there.
Honorable members, order. Member for Lower Salem, please allow him to express himself. No, please, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, the Minister for Finance moved his motion on the 31st of October, and that motion was seconded. So the minority leader and chairman of FPAC has moved his motion and is seconded. So we're just going to consolidate the two and marry them together.
Honorable Chair, please, can I be heard?
For Cantora and Majority Leader.
Procedurally, the minister has already moved a motion for the estimate. And the report also emanated from the FPAC chairman. I'm coming. He moved a motion. Now, honors lies on the parliament, the plenary now, to move a motion for both the estimate and the report be discussed together. We did it last year. We moved a motion for both report to be discussed simultaneously. So I now hereby move a motion for the debates.
Honorable members, as I said earlier on, and in my communication to you, I of course did refer you people to order 86-7, 86-7 of the standing orders, which reads, the debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimates and the explanatory statement and the reported findings and recommendations of the Assembly committees and the Finance and Public Accounts Committee's consolidated report of the Assembly's committees consideration of the draft budget. I read it to you earlier on. It is for both the report of the Finance and Public Account Committees on the various committees' recommendations. That is the consolidated report as well as the minister's statement and the estimates and the findings together. That's what 86-7. So our debate must form basis on those documents that have been moved already. And I don't think we need a motion to do that. It is already in the standing orders, and I have reminded members about that. Now, honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts on the findings and recommendations of committees of the National Assembly on the 2026 estimate of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, there is a division, so let's vote. Now, honorable members, those in favor of the motion, please raise your tags. Those in favor of the motion, raise your tags. Those in agreement with your report, raise your tag. Those not in favor, please raise your tags. Those abstaining, please raise your tags. Honorable members, the results is as follows. Ayes 18, noes 1, abstention 0. So the ayes have it. Honorable members, at this juncture, I will now invite any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate to raise his or her constituency tag or track to be recorded, and you'll be given the floor to speak. I want to remind members, as per the agenda and the order paper, contributors are limited only to 10 minutes. However, before allowing any honorable member to take the floor, I want to remind ourselves of the scope of debate under Standing Order 30 sub 1 of the Standing Orders, which reads, debate upon any motion or amendment to a motion or upon any bill, part of a bill or amendment to a bill shall be relevant thereto, except in the case of a motion for debate on the adjournment of the Assembly. In addition, Order 86 sub 7 of the same Standing Orders do guide us on how to debate on the annual estimates, and it reads, the debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimates and the explanatory statement and the reported findings and recommendations of the Assembly committees and the Finance and Public Accounts Committee's consolidated report of the Assembly committees' consideration of the draft budget. I therefore appeal to honorable members to respect and observe the said provisions of our own standing orders. Thank you very much, honorable members. I now invite the honorable member for Sanementreng to begin her debate.
Honorable Speaker, I think I just raised up my tag to second the motion, but actually I am part of FPAC. I'm a member, so therefore I withdraw.
Okay, you have withdrawn. The member for Latikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor at my new position. Honorable Speaker, for me, if you want to know the priorities of a government, it's not what the government says in town hall meetings or in political gatherings. If you want to know the priorities of the government, tell that particular government, give me your budget. Honorable Speaker, since the government gave us their budget, we know their priorities. Their priority is not about our farmers. Their priority is not about our market women. Their priorities is not about the school-going children. Their priority is not about our carpenters. Their priority is not about the disabled, but their priority is the office of the president. That is why the office of the president is given that huge amount of budget. Honorable Speaker, this is not pettiness or because I am in the opposition, but the priority of this government has absolutely deviated from what it's supposed to be, and this is very disappointing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the Ministry of Works and Transport, me personally as the chairperson of that committee, how many times I went to the minister's office? I told minister, look for development support for these EPC projects. How many times I went to the permanent secretary? PS, look for development support for your EPC projects. We know government is thinking road construction will deliver them 2026 presidential, and this is wrong. This is not true. Government will be very consciously or unconsciously disappointed what will happen in 2026. It's not about the roads. It's about impacting the life and the livelihoods of Gambians. That's the fact. It's about the life and livelihood of Gambians. And their priority has... Can I observe you? Their priority has shifted. I'm not giving anybody to observe me. And the more you talk to observe me, the more you annoy me to say more. So don't even go there. I'm not... Okay, I'm not giving anybody
a chance to observe me. You can observe me physically. Observe me. I'm very close to you now. You understand? So it's about being very creative about development. It's not about, as honorable member for KOS said, you have a very dilapidated structure. You have a dilapidated hospital, health centers, schools. I think it's better you take care of those schools before you can go further to do these roads that are not, in fact, very durable. Honorable Speaker, another wise thing that this government should do to tell citizens or to show citizens how serious are they is to decrease the cost of governance. You see, the biggest problem, Honorable Minister for Finance, that you are having is the cost of governance is too expensive. What I mean here is to keep the government in place is too expensive. The operational cost of the government is very, very expensive. Look at the ministries. How many ministries do you have? And all of these, some of these ministries have 2 or 3 satellite institutions under them. Another thing to do is to probably downsize the ministries. Instead of having 20-something ministries, we can effectively have 16, 17 ministries to take care of this country, to be able to govern this country effectively. When I also talk about that, my mind goes to unnecessary embassies all over the world. You've created embassies, appointed ambassadors, and those ambassadors, most of them are not doing anything. Most of them are not bringing anything to this country. If you want to know how ineffective your ambassadors are, contract them to or subject them to contract performance, whereby every year you will able to know that the ambassador we posted in Guinea-Bissau was able to bring A, B, and C project to the Gambia. The ambassador we posted to Venezuela is able to bring A, B, and C to the development agenda of this country. But your ambassadors are not doing anything. And they are not just there because they are appointed politically. They should be able to be very proactive. They should be able to solicit projects for this country. They should be able to solicit scholarships for this country. But they are not doing that. And by the time they are able to be more effective in their costings, that will be able to help our economy. But we have hundreds or 200, 300 ambassadors, only 2 or 3 of them are performing. They are not performing. They are sitting in foreign countries. Let them lobby scholarships for our students. Let them bring development agendas for our government. That's why they are there. But just to appoint them on political basis is not going to help. Another thing is, I always say this before the floor of this National Assembly. You have some presidential advisors who are not performing anything. You see, Honorable Minister, I always say, if you want to make somebody your advisor, that person should be able to add value to how you think, should be able to add value to your work, should be able to add value to your daily operations. But obviously, we are in a circumstance where the president probably has advisors more than his National Assembly members. And they're not adding value to what he's doing. The president knows more than his advisors. So I am also calling on the office of the president, in order to decrease the cost of governance in running the affairs of the office of the president, let him relieve some of his presidential advisors and probably employ more competent presidential advisors who knows about global governance, economy, health, education. These are experts you need as an advisor. But you cannot appoint people who you know more than they know. Why are they there? Because you want to appoint them for political basis. Honorable Speaker, another thing is agriculture. Since we were going to school, we were told from primary 1 up to grade 9, up to grade 12, the backbone of our economy is agriculture. That's what we are told. But that's not the case here. Because if we all believe the backbone of our economy is agriculture, we will be able to prioritize agriculture. We'll be able to invest more money in agriculture. But that's not the case for this government. And for me, what is so surprising, every government wants to live up to expectation in an election year. But this government has even failed Gambia in an election year. So that is telling us effectively, you are an opposition in waiting. Thank you very much.
Member for Fonya Councillor, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I thank the chairman of FPAC for the report. Honorable Speaker, the said budget that we are to debate, and also in regard to the responses or the scrutiny that FPAC has compiled various sectors. Honorable Speaker, I think as National Assembly members, 2026 budget, this book that is before us, it's a pity when you look at productive sector of our economy. Talk of the education sector, basic and secondary education. What is budgeted for them? Higher education, what is there for them? Agriculture, what is there for them? Youth and sport, what is there for them? Talk of defense, what is there for them? Interior. You realize that this is a failed budget. A very failed budget. And it's not in the wish and aspiration of those institutions. Honorable Speaker, of recent 2025 for the end. Now, when you look at the PEs alone, to the year ending will almost consume, personal emolument alone will almost consume 8.9 billion to 9.6 billion in 2025. Minus that in the current budget, what is remaining for those sectors? Honorable Speaker, is sad when you go to the health area, health sectoral areas. You know, we will not be praise singers when we are seeing ill will affections in that area. How much was it? How much was the spending in Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital? So you think health sector is only painting? Go to Ndemba. Ndemba is a dead row. A dead row. You cannot even determine to be in Ndemba. Go to accident and emergency unit in Banjuni here. After been doing the renovation and painting.
Honorable Speaker, I have an observation.
No, don't mind. I mean, you can adjust yourself when you're doing your debate.
Yeah, I'm currently.
No, don't mind.
Honorable Member, it's about the proceeding. We cannot proceed without a quorum, and we are not having a quorum.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
So, that is what I wanted to bring to the attention of the Speaker. As you are seeing right now inside the chambers, we are less than 15.
What constitute quorum? What number?
It should be 15.
Yeah, we have quorum.
We have 15.
We have quorum, yes.
Right now. Just check. Oh. They just came.
Please continue. Professor Kansala, please continue.
Yes. All right. Honorable Speaker, these are sectors that we believe can change the status quo of our country. When health sectors are affected into our budget, nothing will work. Now, if you look at higher education alone, in terms of arrears of scholarship, 208 million that they are owing both UTG, USET, Gambia College, MDI, you name it. And now productively, if you give higher education a budget line of scholarship about 100 million, 100 million minus 208 million, it's about pay your debt. Yes, still you are having debt into those areas. As we look at things, I am reporting to honorable members here, come 2026, higher education will have zero budget line for scholarship. Your daughter, my daughter, cousins and aunts, brothers and sisters of Gambia will not benefit a single scholarship come 2026.
Honorable members, you know, it's important that we debate, we are free, but we must not also misinform. 2026, the budget line on that you are calling for, it's not zeroized. Please, don't say that.
Maybe you are not listening to me carefully, and I want you to listen.
I heard you carefully because what you are saying.
Then let me repeat what I said.
No,
you are also misquoting me.
Please take your seat.
And misinforming the public.
Take your seat, please. I agree they may have even 1 billion areas, but you cannot say comes 2026 it will be 0. No. Please continue.
Honorable Speaker, let me help you to understand. I'm in that area and I'm in that committee. We deliberated extensively in this. What I'm saying to you is this. What is budgeted for 2026 is 100 million for the scholarship. 100 million is budgeted. 2025, they have an arrears cumulatively of 208 million. When you move to 2026, minus the arrears, 100 million, they still have an arrears of 108 million, meaning that budgeted line is 0.
No, it doesn't mean that. You cannot say that. No.
You cannot also dictate what I mean.
No,
it is my debate.
You know,
if you want to join the debate, come and take my seat. I think you have to understand one thing.
No.
It is my debate.
No.
If you want to debate, come and take my seat.
No, please take your seat, sir. You see, it's the duty of the speaker or any other member to bring members of the assembly to order, whether procedures or so. But what I said, when the member said in 2026 it will be 0, that's my duty to any member to draw his attention that no, it's not 0. But the way he explained it, every member understand how he explained it. But he cannot say it's 0. That's my point. You cannot say that I don't. You are at liberty, members, to debate, and I will interpret. But it's the duty of the speaker or any member to correct members if there are issues that are not right. I remember, continue.
You can do your maths. If mathematics is your problem, I am amplified. Maths is not my problem. What I'm saying, I still stand by that, and I think it is not fair for an institution. Your brother, my brother, your sister, my sister, cousin and aunts will benefit. So I think this is an area where we need to carefully look at. After paying arrears, nothing is there. That's the fact. You cannot erase those thoughts. And it has to be very clear to the living and the dead that minus the arrears, 0 is there. And I still stand by that. So in order for us to maintain the status quo, let's add this budget line. Because I believe that based on the FFAG report, some cuts were made. And I am also putting this to the chair of FFAG. We want to know the total amount, how much in total was cut. And each and every budget line, how much is also added. The balance, as we speak, we want to know the balance, the total balance that we'll be able to. Because if you look at all the sectors, we need this, we need that, we need that. Honorable Speaker, when you go to agencies, ministries or agencies or departments that we have, GICTA, for example, ATI, for example, those commissioners are messengers. They do the messenger job because why? No staff is employed. And we have approved their bills here. GICTA the same. ATI Commission the same. State-owned enterprise also the same. So we will come here to be approving. At the end of the day, budgetary allocation will be a challenge. I think henceforth we've seen bills that have been laid here, first reading, you go second reading, you name it, this reading. At the end of the day, you cannot even resource those agencies. You cannot also resource those commissions. What is the essence of us approving bills? Or are we only trying to beautify bonus to say, okay, Gambia is progressing? When those commissioners are the same sending letters with their own ability. ATI Commission, no vehicle, 0 staffs. State-owned enterprise, no vehicle, 0 staffs. Preparation, you call it, 0 staffs. So what are we preparing? What grounds are we laying? Now when you go to basic and secondary education, their food and food service is 0. The ministry prioritize. And you see they have a lot of schools that are not even benefiting. And is that fair? So these are problems that we face as a country. And this is the budget that we are saying 2026 budget. But if you look at the chunk of peace, it's taking the whole chunk of this budget. Now, the other thing that I also want to add up, when you go to the defense sector, we will not be a scapegoat. And this is a message that we are sending to cabinet ministers, the president, commander-in-chief, and defense ministry. Last year, CAPEX was approved. They failed to do the needful. We added 100 million. Today, we can tell you, the same CAPEX, nothing is added. They are only relying on us for us to put something. Why do you go into approving some of these commissions or bills and whatever? You cannot fund them. What you cannot fund? Why do you go and approve? Who are you impressing? Democracy, you call it. Rule of law. We are moving and advancing as a country. When you cannot even fund 7 budget lines. And we call this a budget 2026. This 2026 budget. Agricultural budget is another budget line that has not even first.
Member for Joshua, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with my Jola man. It cannot be 0 but minus 108. If it is 0, it's like nothing has happened. So it's more than minus 108. If you mean 0 is 0. So no, I'm just talking to you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have a very big concern when it comes to budget debate. We debate on expenditure, but not how to collect revenue. And you cannot collect, you cannot spend without collecting. You must collect before you collect, before you spend. Yes, currently we talk about expenditure. How can you spend when you don't collect? What should we do to collect? Where are the loopholes that we should fill to ensure that collections comes on board? Honorable Speaker, I think, let me talk to come to the revenue issue. When you look at the revenue aspect of it, we have almost a 6 billion increment on revenue for this year. After the 6 billion, come on a monthly collection, we have to collect almost 500 extra million on what we are collecting. How are you going to do it? The minister has given us a breakdown of how to achieve all those things, but there is still room for improvement. Honorable Speaker, let's go to the SICs that I always talk about. GAIPA is responsible of giving out SIC to what? Companies and investors. But should we only stop at giving out to companies and investors without a proper monitoring aspect? There is a way to monitor those SICs, because a chunk of this money is going down there. They are companies who are coming into this country, they are not manufacturing. They just come with the goods, do their labeling, and then they start selling. How about companies who are doing the proper manufacturing in this country? From zero, you manufacture, buy the raw materials, bring it here, and do everything, and then you are still competing with those companies that are manufacturing. So, Honorable Minister, I think it's important you liaise with GAIPA to regulate these SIC issues, and we have more connection than always the way it is. Because now we are just losing revenue, but not getting anything out of the SICs. Honorable Speaker, I also have a point that I want to ask the Minister when it comes to grant. How much did we collect from those grants for this past year? Because we only see grant in our budget. And this is our expectation that we are asking to come on board for us to spend. How much did we collect this year? So I think I want the Minister to respond when he responds. And non-tax revenue also, I have seen a reduction on it. What triggers that? I want you to help me on that. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to agriculture, there is an increment of almost 809 million on agriculture. But Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, I think it's important we look at agriculture very well. If you go to their departments, they are dying. Their departments are no more active. Currently, the departments are dying. If you go to their office, no proper furniture. Designers are sitting down there doing nothing. Some of them are going for what? Secondment. I think it's important we look at the Ministry of Agriculture, motivate those people. Get them. Currently, we subsidize fertilizer. But this fertilizer is coming in this country. Who is supposed to do the test? is the Ministry of Agriculture. And currently they don't have the labs to do those tests. They must either go to Senegal, for Senegal to do it for them and bring it and then give them the proper result, or if not, they just give us fertilizer and then they our farmers suffer. Even to go to the farmer and talk to the farmer and know their problem is a problem. So I think it's important for them to be controlled, at least those departments to be bring back to life. Let them be engaged and see what they could do. And then we help them to move on. Honorable Speaker, coming to the Ministry of Interior, I think this ministry should be looked at. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture have department that collect revenue. But Honorable Speaker, I think it's important now for them to be given a target. If you reach this target, we have this for you. You motivate them, as we are doing for GRA. If you go to GID, they are going around and collecting money. They are collecting millions. But is that the end? Can they not collect more than that? Yes, they can do it. They can collect more than what they are collecting. And that's revenue coming in. So I think it's important because I have my engagement with them. Don't worry. I respond to him. He's a Jola boy. We had our engagement and it was very clear. Give us what he's supposed to give us, we give you more than what you want. So it's important that we sit with them, know where we should improve. Honorable Speaker, I think it's very key for us to motivate the Ministry of Interior, especially the lead, the GID, the revenue collection areas should be looked at properly. Giving them a target, tell that this year we need to achieve this for us. If you achieve it, this is there for you. But if you go to the immigration department, they hire vehicles to go and arrest. They hire vehicles to go and collect, and apprehend non-citizens. So what should we do for them, Honorable Minister? I think it's key for these people to be motivated. Honorable Minister, coming to the NRA, Ministry of Works, there used to be a levy that they used to collect, and they were doing wonderful. Currently, we have a road rehabilitation in this country. Roads are built, give them some time, you still see potholes. And if the ministry is not motivated, or if the department is not motivated, at the end of the day, those roads will spend millions, and spending millions again. When we should have remedy the situation by rehabilitating them. If they were given $6 and now it's got to $3, will that be enough? We are building more roads. So let's give them back their levy, and then let them control their levy. They have their own account. And then they are acting very clear that those things will be controlled by them. I think we are doing before, they were doing sort of concrete works, sort of concrete pavements, but now they are not doing that. Because of what? The levy is very small, and then the scope is very big now, it's very wide. We have many roads that you need to take care of. So without this levy being given back to them to national authority, it's going to be a problem. So we end up building, and in the next minute, to rehabilitate is a problem. So that department should be there to be responsible, and those policies should log those accounts to be controlled by the ministry. When they have their request, ministry can know where to spend it and how to spend it. But with this, I have not seen any way for a longer serving period of roads in this country. Honorable Speaker, the expert made their report, which I will say a very big thank you to the chair and his team, because we have many committees that came together to look at, do their bilaterals, give you the report, you sit over it, and give us your own report. Congratulations on your report. But I'm appealing to the minister to look at it properly, where we feel that should be increased, we increase. Areas which is that it's not necessary, we bring them down. Because the last time I was going through some personal emoluments, salaries and wages, I used to see a chunk of increment on it. But when you challenge it, based on their current expenditures, it's like it has doubled. What is the reason? Are we expecting or trying to bring in a new salary increment for this year? We definitely will be ready to say thank you for coming up with that idea. But the difference is always very big, so the minister will explain what triggers that. And then before I take my seat, Honorable Speaker, this year during our bilaterals, though it wasn't that much difficult as it used to be, when they come in, they praise the Ministry of Finance for giving them what they deserve or giving them what you're supposed to give them. So continue helping them. They are your babies. You have to take care of them. Without those assistance from you, I know it's been difficult. It's difficult because it's like, it's not there. But fasten your belt as a Jaranka and be a Jaminka. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Serekunda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would first want to make some observations here and to set the record straight for those that are listening to us here. Many have argued that 700 million has been allocated to the Office of the President. The Office of the President is just not an ordinary office. It has about 5 subvented institutions, and all their OCs and PEs comes out of that allocation. And some speakers also have raised the issue of allocation to different ministries. But to my understanding, I did my research here. There are 3 types of public funds. One, that is the Consolidated Revenue Fund, the extra budgetary funds as well, which are funds that are established by an act of National Assembly and operates outside of the consolidated fund. You have departmental self-raised revenues as well, because most of these ministries, departments, and agencies, they are collecting or making departmental self-raised revenues, which are not disclosed in the budget. That in reality means the budget is not in compliance with the Public Finance Act. Honorable Speaker, I would like to pose some few questions to the Minister regarding to the departmental detailed revenue estimate by collecting agencies. Ministry of Agriculture, in 2025, they collected about few millions here, but in 2026, all those revenue lines are zeroized. So could the Honorable Minister explain why those budget lines are zeroized? There is also VSAT license fees. About 182,650,502 was raised from in 2025. In 2026 is expected to be zero. ECOWAS Interstate Road Transit Levy as well. 39,785 was raised. This time around is zero. Visa fees under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been increased, has been raised. And another issue is the security port fee, which many of the citizens are not happy about. We have seen a significant decrease in that revenue. What does that entail? Could the Minister also elaborate on that? Honorable Speaker, why I say the budget is not in compliance with the Public Finance Act is that in the Public Finance Act has explicitly defined what are departmental self-raised revenues, and why the disclosure of these revenues are very important and key. If they were properly disclosed, then some of the members will not bring some of the arguments that they have been raising in this chamber. For example, the Royal Victoria Teaching Hospital, not all the revenues that they generate are disclosed. Even the Ministry of Higher Education, the Ministry of Basic Education, they do raise self-revenues, but those revenues are not disclosed. If they were disclosed, then that will tell us the real revenue potential of this country. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some members have argued that the deficit is about 2 billion. In reality, our deficit is about $25 billion. Yes, that is the budget support, grants, loans. If they are not receive, what will happen? How will we fund those programs that are already relying on those? Sorry, when you have time, you can explain more. So that is why there is a need for every country to invest in the productive base. For example, Honorable Speaker, we have about 212 nautical sea miles. That's the ocean. It is ours. Everything, all the aquatic life in that sea is ours. And we cannot afford to eat fish. And we have exchanged our that revenue line, traded it to the European Union and some other foreign investors, and what they are contributing to our budget is very minimal. So there is a need for the government also to look into investing in those productive base that will not only earn more revenues for the country, it will also create employment, more revenues, and to provide more services for the people. Honorable Speaker, so I do know, I have done my research, the content of a appropriation bill should include a special column, and that column should disclose all the departmental self-raised revenues and how they are expended. And also the appropriation bill, there is also the submission of the extra budgetary funds. Before those funds can be expended, they have to be approved by the National Assembly, and they should come together with the appropriation bill.
Honorable Member for Serekunda, the appropriation bill is not before us.
Yeah, I know it's not before us, but I'm just trying to avoid controversy, because when it does not conform with our laws, so it means that we
cannot debate. You cannot debate on a bill that have.
So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I submit.
How can you anticipate you are out of order.
Public Finance Act and C.
The member for Brikama South, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It is indeed extremely important for us to discuss the budget before us. Honorable Minister, I just want to inquire from you in respect to the project and program grant. If you look at 2025, it's about 15.6 billion. And the last ordinary session, I sent in a parliamentary question in respect to the execution of this particular budget line. Well, it was unfortunate you are not available to respond to me. And this year I saw a significant increment up to by 3 billion, like it's 13.08. So I'm a bit worried whether we'll be able to attain this thing, because the trend in which this is going, previously there were a lot of allocation in this particular budget line, but we are made to understand that some of the donors and the projects were not responding as expected. So this time alone, and I have seen a significant increment. If you can explain whether this is attainable, because already it forms part of budget bilateral, and in most cases it comes to address development needs of the MDAs. So if it's formed part of the bilateral and is not available for execution, I think that could be a very serious issue that we have to look at it. And also, there is a kind of increment from personnel, like almost 1.3 billion. If you can make an explanation whether there is going to be additional recruitment as far as this significant jump is concerned. From 8 If you look at it from 8.8 to 10.2, so if there could be an explanation whether there is going to be an increment. Honorable Minister, with regards to the SOE Commission, last year I did request for an augmentation, knowing the role they play in transforming the SOEs, especially the 14 SOEs under their purview. And we are expecting 2026 to have 6 more SOEs where the NAWEC and GCAA are going to be decoupled. The Salaura Kairaba Conference, all of them are coming on board. So there is serious human resource gap there. And what was requested and what was given to them was quite inadequate. And I believe that if they are helped, if they are assisted in terms of allocation, there will be a significant improvement, more especially when you come to the 5 staffs that they want to recruit. So actually, in order to post over, they only need 6.5 million. We are appealing to FPAC if we can get something from that and add up to it. And there is a training component also. So if you look at it, only the executive director is moving from one place to another to be doing all those jobs, especially when you come to this KPI in terms of performance audit, the performance contract that the government is signing with them. They play a critical role. So I want to believe that in order to help our SOEs not to be privatized, I think we need maximum attention in helping the commission, give them all the necessary tools to make sure that they conduct that oversight and help the government to sign this performance contract, which will be extremely important. Also, Honorable Minister, when you come to the sector allocations, as far as agriculture is concerned, everybody is boasting of this year there is 1.7 billion from GLF component, which we all celebrated. But if you look at it technically, 1.3 is going for GGC. So what is left is around 400. And I was made to understand there are areas in several these tractors at a tune of 70 million, and some others, if you deducted, eventually what the main ministry will have will be around 3 million or slightly less than 300 million. So this is something that we also have to look at it critically. And again, I want to emphasize as the chief economic and financial expert of the country, to look at what could be done. And in fact, these projects, sometimes we have a lot of projects that are under agriculture, but the effect is not felt by the citizen. And how do we improve upon these things? So that is why I'm looking at it. If there is a possibility, if there are no conditionalities to the grants and loan that we are taking, I think this should be implemented within the main ministry. The ministry should be in the position to fully deal with this allocation that is going to that area. So that if there is capacity gap in terms of human resources, we recruit and make sure that it is coordinated within the ministry. But sometimes it's very, very difficult when the main ministry, all of them, all the directors are going for secondment in the projects, which means they attract a lot of remuneration than the main ministry. So are we killing our own ministry for the sake of the projects? And after all, these projects are becoming a kind of loan, debts for the Gambian people. So we are going to pay for them. It's not free. So if there are conditionalities, I think you need to advise the country very well, not to go in for this type of project that comes with condition that it has to be implemented. Even in terms of auditing, the Auditor General is not doing anything in terms of auditing them. So we have to look at it. Only the external auditors that are auditing them and sending to the donors. So these are some of the things that I want us to look at it. And again, you come to the Foreign Affairs Ministry. There is something that, if you look at it, we tried in as much as a committee, we deducted about 24.7 million. And this was plowed back to some of the areas where they have problems. But if you come to a special budget line where mistakenly they mentioned the name as Qatar Embassy, when it should be Doha Embassy. So 18.6 million was given to this particular area, and the Qatar Embassy does not exist. So what we are requesting, if this thing, the 18 million can now be relocated to Doha, because this is a very important area that we need to put it. And again, if you go to Addis Ababa too, there is a missing gap of about 1.5.
Honorable, I'm not getting that. Doha and Qatar.
Instead of Doha Embassy, there was a putting error, inputting error. They put it Qatar Embassy, and Qatar Embassy does not exist. So which means it has to be Doha now. So the one that is allocated to Qatar Embassy.
Are these two different countries?
Pardon?
Are they two different countries?
No. In fact, what is the budget line we have is Doha, not Qatar. So it should be now reallocated to Doha instead of Qatar.
But Doha is the capital of Qatar.
Yes.
Qatar is the country.
Yes.
The Gambian embassy in Qatar.
Yes. So what we are saying, we don't have a budget line for Qatar Embassy, but it's Doha Embassy. So this is what we want to transfer. And the other one is about the issue of a gap of 1.5 million that is on the Addis Embassy. And we want if the minister can consider and bring that back to the allocation for the Addis Embassy. On that note, I want to thank you and submit.
Thank you. The member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, enough is heard and enough is said. So on my part, I will be very brief. Honorable Speaker, my first observation for the Honorable Minister is on the total revenue and grants. In 2025, the total revenue budgeted was 44 billion, of which we have 25.62% of GDP. When you go to 2026, we have 50 billion, then the GDP drops to 24.53%, of which I would want an explanation from the Honorable Minister to make me understand of those figures. Honorable Speaker, having said that, we are all made to understand that 2026 budget estimate goes to 43 billion. Out of these 43 billion, 13 billion is going for debt servicing. As a serious government, I would want to put to the minister and find out with him what measures is his ministry taking to make sure that when our budgets are being allocated, such a chunk of our budget doesn't go for debt servicing. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the presidential's allocation of 52 million compared to some budget lines of some ministries, say the Ministry of Youth and Sport, the Ministry of Information, and the Ministry of Information, we are all made to understand that 65% of our youth form our population. If that is the case, having gone through the allocation of the Ministry of Youth and Sports is next to nothing. And according to the development budget, is next to nothing, according to my observation. The development budget is 6.5 million for a ministry like Youth and Sports. Honorable Speaker,
This is not encouraging our youth when it comes to their allocation. It means the ministry have no plan for our youth. The youth that we call our creams of the nation. 6.5 for a development for our youth. What is 6.5 when it comes to reality? Are we serious? Our youths are using the bad way every day because of lack of encouragement from our government. Honorable Speaker, having said that, our Independence Stadium is lying there for the past decade. It's not fit for purpose. Honorable Speaker, this shows that our government is not doing anything to make sure that our youths are engaged. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the presidential tour allocation of 52 million, Honorable Speaker, compared to the whole ministry's 1 year budget allocation. Come again, Honorable Speaker. Sorry. Okay, he's emphasizing on time. Okay, because, thank you. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the budget land allocation for the Ministry of Information together with Ministry of Fisheries, it's equivalent to presidential tour allocation. The presidential tour is just 21 days, if I understand. Is it realistic for a tour to be allocated $52 million? Is this justifiable, Honorable Minister? I would want an explanation as to how this 52 million is used for only 21 days. If you compare this 52 million to the Fisheries Ministry's allocation of 1 year, it means we are prioritizing an individual's interest more than national interest. Are we serious as a nation, honorable members? Honorable members, sometimes when we talk, people judge us differently as opposition members, but this is not the case, honorable members. These are open secrets of honorable members. How can this be justified, 52 million compared to a ministry's allocation of 68 million? What is the difference, honorable minister? 1 year budget allocation for the whole ministry, 68 million, allocating for an individual 52 million. Honorable members, are we serious in our functions? Honorable Minister, I want an explanation from you. If you look at the agriculture allocation, 2025, the budget allocation was 835 million. 2026, it goes to $1 billion plus. Is this deliberate? Because the 2026 election is coming. This is all campaign. Honorable members, whether we like it or not, the truth must be told. Honorable members, let's not serve an individual. Let's serve our nation, as the title goes, honorable members. Having said this, Honorable Speaker, the more I talk, the more I become emotional. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I'll stop here and I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. You now have the floor to the member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor to participate in this important debate. Honorable Speaker, here is the 2026 budget before this August Assembly, which is a very important tool to our national development. Honorable Speaker, the member for Joshua raised a very important issue. That is, when we are debating, we only debate on expenditures. We don't give ideas how to raise the revenue. And actually, without raising the revenue, you cannot spend. Honorable Speaker, I would want the Minister of Finance to explain to this August Assembly first why the non-tax revenue have actually decreased from 7 to 5 billion. Since we are talking about budget, and we have seen in 2025, that budget line was 7 billion, now it has decreased to almost 2 billion. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, we have these GSM operators that I believe your ministry should focus on when it comes to revenue raising in this country. We have about 4 GSM operators. And then I believe if we strategize, we can raise a lot of revenues. If they are paying, but let's look at them properly. Honorable Speaker, this year when the Ministry of Finance present the budget, they presented us with another document called Program-Based Budget Pilot 2026 to 2028. I would actually confine my debate based on the 2 ministries that I participate in the bilateral. I will now actually try to link the budget and the program-based budget. Because, Honorable Speaker, we are informed through this important document the purpose and benefit of program-based budgeting. They said number 1 is to improve resource allocation, ensuring that resources are distributed effectively and efficiently according to the priority and importance of various programs. Then second, enhance accountability. Then third, performance measurement. Fourth, strategy alignment. Fifth, informed decision making. Then sixth, increase flexibility. This is very important, Honorable Speaker. And this was to guide us this year. How we're going to prepare our budget. But actually, this policy document comes from the Ministry of Finance. Now, I will try to link this program-based budgeting. I will use the ministry, the Defense Ministry as a sample, reading the importance of program-based budgeting. Honorable Minister, can you give me a minute? Okay. If you go to page 22 of the program-based budgeting, page 22, is where you have the Ministry of Defense. They outline their vision, mission, and strategy alignment. Okay, that's a budget program 07, strategy, policy, and management. Then objective to ensure improved policy and legal framework, reformation through development review. Key performance indicators, number of new policy developed to address policy deficiency and gaps. So if you, this is at the Ministry of Defense. The gap is under this ministry. And if you looked at what gap submitted to the Ministry of Finance and you link it to the program-based budgeting, they have indicated this issue of TACOS. What does this TACOS mean? Is term and condition of service of our security men. That should be aligned with the strategy, that should be the budget program, then to ensure improved policy and legal framework. Then the key performance indicators is number of policy developed. So this TACOS actually is developed by the executive. Meaning if we are going by this, the issue of TACOS should be addressed by the Ministry of Finance to make sure that they are given their budget allocation that they need. So then you could go to 0.711 on page 23 of the program-based budgeting under the Ministry of Defense. Then the program is National Defense Security. That is the program. Then the objective is to enhance national defense through the provision of requisite equipment, Gambia Armed Force. Then the outcome is percentage of numbers, percentage of soldiers with required military equipment. And when they did their submission as a ministry, when they did their submission, they submitted 26,200,000 for the uniform and protective clothing budget line. And Honorable Minister, you give them 6 million out of it. So the meaning they have nothing to achieve, because what was supposed, the budget that should accompany this one is now under budgeted. So actually what I'm saying, then we are not going by program-based budgeting if we look at the budget allocation of certain ministries, which I believe is really important. And in fact, the next one on the same, it would fall under this program that I just read. That is the issue of their food and food services and the issue of ammunition. When you want to have and equip, when you want to have a required military equipment, as we maybe those under the Committee on Defense and Security, we know how it happened. It is very difficult to discuss about it here publicly, but we know how it happened within our security forces. So my argument here, Honorable Minister, if we are actually going by the dictate of this document, actually it is not in line with the budget estimate, because most of these programs that are indicated here, they are underfunding. We have the Ministry of Interior also is the same thing. I would actually use the Ministry of Interior also as a sample on the same document, because if we are actually following this document, we will definitely do a very good budget to the country. But I think we just have the framework, but the action is not there. So under the Ministry of Interior, if you look at under the program-based budgeting, under 0811, the program is law enforcement and crime prevention. But you see, what they gave us as a ministry, all this, all the budget line under law enforcement and crime prevention, they are all underfunded. So then, are we actually realistic with our program-based budgeting? Honorable Minister of Finance, this program actually is very good, but we have to strategize how we're going to actually implement this program.
A member for Talinding Kunjang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yes, I would just want to start by asking if the Ministry of Finance during government's budgeting process align government expenditure or programs, implementation of programs with the National Development Plan. Because sometimes I keep wondering how the government that wants to promote quality education, that wants to consolidate its democratic dividend, its development programs, would refuse to sufficiently adequately provide funds into some of these budget lines that are very crucial in attaining our development goals. Now, Parliament is now reduced to or turned into a pseudo Ministry of Finance, where we committees now will have to look at the major constraints, because these budget ministries go through finance, where they do all these cuttings regardless of the program they're implementing, regardless of the goals they want to attain. And at the end, when they come to this committee, the committee is now recommending certain adjustments, that are unimaginable. That this is something that should have been solved at the executive level. We don't have to see at committee level to look at these things. I want to start with Ministry of Basic and Secondary School Education, where the food and food services, the committee is recommending for $50 million. What was the justification for this augmentation? Was this not submitted to at the bilateral level? Did they not consider that the people at the school should eat? It's a government program. They have to eat something. So if it is based on calculations and the subject is put at the table of the finance, why would that be cut? Is it not that the ministry did not put it at your table? Did you submit this thing? So I find that very confusing. The committee recommends an augmentation of 10 million, making the total of 7 million, to incur substantial costs related to examination fees and certification. Obviously, people are in school. They must pay examination fees to WIAC or any other examination bodies. We committee should be advocating for an augmentation of this budget. When the Minister of Finance did not consider it fit to be there, when the government at the executive level, after having approved this did not consider it fit to be there. Why? Also, contribution to international organization, 20 million. You see, if this is not important to the government, why should it be important to us? The government has programs to implement. So if you look at that, I beg your pardon, building and structures, $50 million still on the market. This is for provision was made for, no provision was made for classroom construction. The funding will support the ministry in building the required classrooms and staff quarters to address shortages. The government did not know that. They did not know that. Why would the committee go on to recommend for 50 million to government priorities? They have presidents make the people talk. It's a priority. They put $52 million. President's office, it's a priority, 900 million. Minister of Finance, it's a priority, 1.2 billion. That's their priorities. When they present it, the government priorities. They don't care some of the things. Even if they say it by mouth, but with their action so study. So why would the committee now recommend for us to add? Government do not want to give food to children in school. Government does not want to build classrooms for you. Now, if you want to contact is education.
Stop the drumming.
Now, government cannot put $1 million to build one classrooms
Every time you hear president saying, I built 1,000 classrooms, it's all built by Civil. How can a government, serious government, subjugate relegate yourself? What you are supposed to do, you are relegating those responsibilities to a foreign national. It's commitment as a government. I think you should build a classroom from taxpayers' money. At some point in our budget, we should see that. Even if it's going to be 5 million. No allocation for classroom at all. So water, another serious problem at the schools, water. They have been schools without, now the committee is recommending for 5 million for boreholes, and lack of adequate toilet facilities. As we speak now, I saw it in Western Gambia, they are mobilizing funds to renovate the toilets in Talibi. The condition is unbearable. At some point, if toilets are not functional, the schools should close. That's the policy in education. So how can schools operate without adequate water supply, without good toilets? And things are submitted, are placed in an approved from cabinet. You want Minister of Higher Education. The committee is recommending for 150 million to add to the total allocation to make it to 250. This has to do with us. The government, they don't know. You have to tell me they don't know. So they don't care. Why must the committee waste our time to say we want to? Let the parents tell us. The ministry present these areas to you, we did. How do you expect to finance it? So it means we have to cut from somewhere to go and finance and then constrain those budgets also, budget lines. It's not fair. So sometimes the tactic they do is ministries also will put money, areas where they feel that we might cut if you do not put it there. So the critical things where they know National Assembly will be compelled to look for funds, cut somewhere and put it there. They will not put any fund. So that we are now frustrated, conditioning ourselves to see where we should constrain to put it there. We don't have anything to cut. If the best we can do to help this government is to reduce the deficit. That should be the motive. That should be our motive. Let's go to centralized services and see where they have money, bring it and finance some of these districts. I saw Minister of Agriculture also. 100 million. Cutting 100 million and then now distributing to projects. Ministry, they don't have, or the Minister of Finance of the government, they don't know they have these big projects. That 100 million, you cut it from input salaries and now distribute it to the shared agricultural departments, subvention to institutions and projects for government and other projects. The government don't know they have projects. They don't know. They don't know how to finance it. But we shouldn't be dealing with this as National Assembly. To be honest. We shouldn't be dealing with this. Some of the issues I saw trivial. Some of the issues I saw even 45,000. Only somewhere. So I always say this. The thing I realize is finance, they don't have problem at the level of their ministry. Minister of Finance never have problem. President's office never have problem. And which ministry again? Apart from that, yes. No, they don't care. I don't think they're looking at the national development plan to align it with the objectives of attaining something. Ministry of Information. What are they doing in this country? And I see 9 million. Recommending 9 million to put it in government net. Government net is not a program. You did not finance it. Gambia Digital Limited, 10 million. It's a government program. You don't know how to finance it. I think this is the responsibility of the finance to tell us. Why come this is a government program? You not put any money in it? If they are not important, scrap it. Tell us. We don't know. Instead we wasted our time talking about what here and put it for you. You should tell us these ones are not important. Government is, we don't regard it as something important. Now look at agriculture itself. This budget, it looks like an election budget. Every year we complain here. Ministry of Agriculture is underfunded, it's underfunded. Now we see 1.7 billion next year because it's election year. Yes, it's election budget. Because it's input subsidy increase, everything increase. So that by the time the warrant, what you issue is called warrant, right? By the time warrant is issued,
before January to June, you will see tax flow of money to farmers and others. They don't know where to vote. See, it is reality. In the present time, we don't be
Honorable member, order.
1 minute is left.
The members from Kansala and Bintang, your drumming keeps disturbing us, and you are just keep murmuring. No, wait, and you keep murmuring. No, you cannot. No, you cannot overdo things. You know, we want to listen, want to hear what the member is saying. You cannot do that. No. No, you cannot do that. No. You cannot do that. Member for Kunyang, please continue.
And very important issue, library services. The minister, you just to give me back my time. You are trying to kill my tempo. I know your tactic. You're killing my tempo so that you will distract people, so that if I come, I lost track. That's what you are doing. No. So, in ministry, library service, no allocation for library service. It's a semi-autonomous body. This new minister stood here and said he's going to advocate for it to be funded adequate. Then the National Library Services. No fund is there, nothing. Zero.
Member for Banjul North, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to start with, I think as Parliament we are lacking the budget spirit, because looking at the chamber right now is very unfortunate. If you watch other countries during their budget session, especially budget debate, the level of participation by honorable members, you will know that those countries are very serious. But it is very unfortunate that this is what we are currently faced with. But notwithstanding, we are on record, and it's important to also highlight some of the things that we really observe according to the budget that was laid and also the report that was laid by FPAC. But before going further, I will seize the opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister with his entire team for working tirelessly to provide such an important document, and also the FPAC through the chair for also providing a very important report for us to consider. Honorable Speaker, if you can allow me, Honorable Majority Leader, to start with, I just want us to understand that the national budget is the most powerful instrument, and I will borrow this from the Honorable Majority Leader during the budget retreat. He made it very clear, and I quote, "The national budget is the most powerful instrument we possess as a parliament to translate our collective vision into tangible development outcomes that directly improve the lives of the Gambia." And I unquote. This is something that we must all remember and put into consideration. But again, from my humble self, Honorable Speaker, I believe as far as we keep on managing problems in this country, we will never solve them as a country. And the solution must come from Parliament here. And to start with, Honorable Speaker, we have all seen the budget that was presented to us as estimate for next year, which is 2026. And we will all agree that the most or the biggest concern that we have as Parliament and as a country is about the debt servicing. The amount allocated, which is about 13 billion, is a concern. And thank God that according to the report, it is also talking about debt sustainability. And this also talks about the allocation of nearly 1/3 of the domestic revenue to the debt service is a primary concern. The Assembly must assess the long-term sustainability of this part and its impact on national development, because this is something that we just cannot go ahead with, even though we have no other choice, but it's something that we really need to look into. But how can we do that as a country? That is why it is important for us to start prioritizing our social sector ministries. It's very important. And why I am saying this, today I will share with you, for example, the budget overview, which I also mentioned last year. Looking at the budget overview, the amount that the government is contributing, which is the GLF, for last year was just 71%. Meaning the 29% was based on what? Grants or loans. But looking at that also, whether we were able to achieve that, especially when it comes to the grant component of it, meaning if we cannot get the grant, we must go for the loans. And a serious concern, Honorable Speaker, during our budget bilaterals or even engagement with some of the ministries that we are part of those committees, that approval will be done by Parliament, we appropriate the funds, we agree, and it will be passed as we normally do for the past years. But at the end of the day, the issue of receiving those allocations, we understand that a budget is just a focus. We understand. But I think it is also very important to see the way forward in terms of working towards that, because we are having a lot of issues, especially when it comes to our social sector ministries. Honorable Speaker, today, why do we have to approve budget lines, or let's say budget for ministries like health, when we don't even know how much our public hospitals are making in terms of revenue? Because the budget is revenue and expenditure. And this is exactly what we are doing as Parliament. And the laws are there. Why should it that in a situation whereby hospitals have more power than even the ministry itself? For me, it doesn't make any sense. And Honorable Speaker, many speakers have made very important points here. But to be honest, like I said, as far as the social sector ministries are concerned, indeed, the issue of education is very key. And we have all seen, for example, the member of Kansala made something very clear here, that looking at the allocation when it comes to the funding, when it comes to areas for higher education, is a concern. Because they cannot have areas of 208 million and you only allocate them with 100 million.
Honorable, I missed that. I overheard that you said the hospitals are accounted for, they are audited.
I'm talking about the Ministry of Higher Education in terms of areas that they are owing.
You said hospitals are not audited.
No, I've already passed the issue of hospitals. It's very important when deciding,
I'm
attentively listening to us.
No, you said accounts of the...
What I said about the hospital, if you want to bring me back, make sure that you give me an extra 2 minutes. I said it is unacceptable when our public hospitals are generating revenue and even the ministry itself don't know how much these hospitals are making. So why should we allocate funds to that? So this is what I said, but notwithstanding at 2 minutes. So, Honorable Speaker, going further, I already started with the issue of education. Education is very important. And we cannot move this country, to be honest, without having people that are educated. But also understanding the different backgrounds that we are from. And currently, as mentioned by Honorable Member for Kansala, it's like in Wolof we say Sulbuki and Sulibuki. Is that the kind of country that we want? Whereby we put in money and also take it back. For me, it doesn't make sense, and we must come with a proper mechanism to address such a situation. Because we cannot be held accountable at the end of the day when we don't even know how much we are appropriating and why we should appropriate. This is very important. Honorable Speaker, I believe as a key member and someone who is very passionate about our health sector, for me, the entire budget we need to scrap. Why? Because we are not even reaching the 50% allocation for health. 15%. Listen to me properly, Majority Leader. This is something very important, and we should even take it back and tell them, look, make sure that the budget allocation meet the requirement of 15%. We are not saying nothing is done according to our health sector in this country. But I think it is very important to fulfill some of the documents that we ratify as a country, some of the documents that we sign. Because we cannot commit ourselves to sign on documents when we cannot even domesticate those signings or those documents. To me, it doesn't make sense, and we really need to work on those things. Honorable Speaker, I cannot conclude without talking about issues surrounding young people. Other members mentioned it here. We all and always claim that young people are the current and the future leaders of this country. They are the cream of the society. They are the citadels of the nation. Gambia is youthfully populated. And today, as we are speaking, under the Ministry of Youth and Sports, is on the budget. Especially when it comes to sporting facilities in this country. Let me inform you, Honorable Speaker, as we are speaking, do you know that the Gambian Professional League didn't start because of lack of facilities in this country? Even as a city, construction is going on right now. The only KG5 that we have. We cannot even organize a marathon tournament this year, which is very unfortunate as a country. And this is something that we need to look at. So let's...
Member for Jokado, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I thank this government through the Minister of Finance for tabling this budget before us. Honorable Speaker, may God forbid this country witness a year of no budget. May God forbid that. Since independence up to now, year in and year out, budgets are laid before the parliament and they are approved. And I think this one also is not an exception. We are going to approve it no matter what. We'll approve it. I know that. Yes, Honorable Speaker, development is something that we cannot just bring at one go. It's a piecemeal. People are talking about electricity. Some are talking about hospitals, schools. All these things are being brought in a piecemeal basis because we cannot do it at all. If you have a road, you don't have a health center. There are people who have health centers, they don't have roads in this country here. It's vice versa. So I think we should at least appreciate the effort that this government is doing. Honorable Speaker, and also we are having it wrong somewhere, because looking at our budget, it's just a forecast. When 2026 arrives, we are not having a full basket of money that we just place and say, this is our budget. It's a forecast. Anything that we got, we just bring and drop it in the basket. So it's a forecast. So we are all these monies, all these environments, all these additional or cutting here, putting it there, it's just a forecast. We may have it, we can exceed it, we can even have less than that. So I think we all have to be rational. I heard some people talking about election year. Yes, it's an election year, but this election year is for all of us. Both the ruling, the incumbent, and the opposition, because all of us are yearning for that position. We don't know what is going to happen.
it all left to the hands of the Almighty Allah. So we all have to be very factual. We know what we are doing. And anything that we are doing also, we do it for the sake of the Almighty Allah. Because this budget, there is no household in this country or compound in this country that will not benefit from this budget. We have civil servants, our brothers, our sisters, they are working and they need to be paid. And they are even yearning for increment year in and year out. People are saying that hope this year teachers' salaries will be increased, hope doctors will be increased, soldiers, servicemen. So I think we just have to be at par. We all think of for the betterment of the Gambia. We pass this budget for the benefit of all of us. Honorable Speaker, this government is really trying very well. Since independence in 1965, very few communities were just benefiting when it comes to electricity. Very few communities. But now, people in the deep rural area who were not even expecting this thing for them to see light, they are fixing their meters. And if we don't have budget, how can we have all those necessities? Those are basic necessities that people need to have. So we must be passing the budget. I know there may be differences, but at the end of the day, we all have to come together and work together so that we see that the country move forward. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Central Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Member of Jokadu. I know you are scared of budget not being passed, but I think history, sometimes you have to make things, you test them and see whether it will work. So if Gambia is not without a budget, I think, we will also feel it so that we know how ordinary people are feeling it. But I know it will be catastrophic because the way you're talking, you feel that if there's no budget, we are not going to survive. I don't think so. By looking at the budget, honestly speaking, I don't want to participate this year. But when I look at it, the system is still the same. The budget format, the budget is not citizen friendly, it's not responding to issues that are pertinent. The budget is there to widen the gap between the poor and the rich. Those on the top, their salaries are getting higher and higher. Those are the below the ladder, they are getting poorer and poorer. So what I'm seeing is I expected this year's budget to be a budget where we are going to have minimum wage, not to give 50% to National Assembly, 30% to this sector. No, we need a system in place that every civil servant in this country will know that at least the system is moving. Honorable Speaker, looking at the debt services, we have an overcrowding debt services. All our funds are going into debt services. I don't know what mechanism the Ministry of Finance is putting in place. And FPAC, this is a body or a committee that we trust you so high, but sometimes we get serious disappointment from it. Sometimes we have to hold these people to account. We need Ministry, Finance, because observation, you are welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for Central Badibu, for allowing me to observe you. The issue of debt repayment, we must remember that in 2020, there was debt suspension during the COVID. So the government of the Gambia was not paying any debt. So when you owe debt, you have to pay. So during that particular period of time, 3 to 4 years, we were not making any payment. Obviously, by 2026, 2025, that amount has to be part of what we're going to pay. That's the reason why you see that debt going up. We as a committee, we were aware of that. And that's the reason why the only thing we can do together as a nation is to try to build our revenue base and spread it so that we don't concentrate only on one particular area. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that observation. What I mean is, even if you want to fast track the time, I'll speak my mind. What I'm saying is,
observation is part of his time.
No, please add it there.
He cannot go to 7. He have to go
Honorable member of Upper Salum. Yes, what I'm saying is the system that will see to it that we graduate from this overcrowded debt system. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the history that we are caught in. I'm not disputing that. I'm thinking of way forward. How can we put up a system that will make sure that the debt services is critically looked at? Honorable Speaker, looking at the, yes, looking at the, no, we expect the committee to do that. Looking at the University of the Gambia, the construction of University of the Gambia, Honorable Speaker, a lot of money is still, budgeted, in paying the construction of university. I want the ministry or the Minister of Finance to inform us the progress level of work at the University of the Gambia. Why is it that still now we put in a lot of funds under the University of the Gambia? And also looking at the projects, there is serious underreporting. I don't know whether FPAC highlighted that. An omission of actual project grants and external loans. So the budget should inform us. It should be very informative. But we don't have much information as far as the reports that we see. So there is serious underreporting. I don't know whether the minister or the chairperson of the committee can elaborate on that. Honorable Speaker, looking at the reporting the projects. Looking at the projects, ECORIC projects, and other projects on the Ministry of Higher Education. So it's good that when the president is on tour to better inform the citizens how those projects are funded, because the information or the speculation is the president is putting his hand from his pocket to do those projects. These projects are Gambian citizens' projects. Do you understand? So misinformation during the political tours are very high. Payback time.
The point of observation.
Honorable Speaker, the budget also, if you look at the National Development Plan and the SDG, the budget should be linked. The National Development Plan should be linked to the Sustainable Development Goal. Gambia is not an isolation. Gambia is not an island. So, we have to look at these, international goals, and our budget should be saved towards that. And I have seen a lot of, deficiency, from the link from the National Development Plan to the Sustainable Development Goal. You will be better informed. Meet me in Badi. Honorable Speaker, looking at the Ministry of Gender, the budget is on the low side. Somebody made mention of the social services. We have the old ages. We have the disabled of people who are physically challenged. We have women. We have children. This institution needs to serve for its purpose. It should not be just politically created. At the end of the day, you give them a token they cannot deliver. Coming to our Minister of Higher Education, we know there are a lot of schools built in this country, but these schools need to be well equipped with science labs. From Esewu to Farafenni, there is no single high school or senior secondary school that is well furnished with science materials. The labs are not okay. You know nothing about that area. So what I'm saying is, it's high time we prioritize the budget, we equip at least 2 or 3 senior secondary schools with the science lab so that the children can interact with the materials. Honorable Speaker, scholarships. There are a lot of young people going to the University of the Gambia and other institutions. So we need to make sure that funds are available for these young people to have access. And young people are graduating from the University of the Gambia, which we all celebrate. But do we have employment for them? So this budget
need to work in a direction to create employment for our young people. If not, we are sitting on a very serious explosion that we don't know. Because once these young people graduate from the university, they don't have a job, they turn on social media, and at the end of the day, there will be a straight bullet. Do you understand?
Yes. Government cannot be the sole driving force of employment. Government creates the enabling environment for the private sector to strive to create job creation. And that is why government is now bringing up this youth set to equip the youths, give them the requisite knowledge and information so that when they graduate, they can be self-employed. So do not perceive the burden that budget must contain employment opportunities. That's misleading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator.
Thank you. For the Bintang, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And debate that we have before us is very essential. Honorable Speaker, we went through the bilaterals with various ministries, and these are ministries that are in areas. Most of them are in areas. And as I speak with you right now, there is no actual plan to settle those areas. And we cannot continue to accumulate areas. We as a nation must be in a position to face the reality. And also, as I always say, you see, no matter how you try to fake the situation, you cannot go beyond the limits that are set by Allah. The limits that are set by Allah are there for all of us. So we went with the bilateral with various ministries, and we saw the constraints that they are facing as ministries. They did cry before the National Assembly. And there are challenges that the Ministry of Finance are also going through. We cannot continue to live in debt. It's not realistic and it's not sustainable. It's not realistic and it's not sustainable. And we cannot continue to baffle our people at all costs. So we must be in a position for us to tell the people what is actually happening. That, like the honorable members state here, for the Ministry of Higher Education, on the scholarship, the areas that they owe to tertiary institutions is almost $208 million. Now, the scholarship that is given for this year is not enough. The amount of scholarship that is given for this year is 100 million. That is not enough to settle areas. Talk less of the coming year. What are they going to do? We hear the member for Central Bodibu was talking about the science labs in senior secondary schools. You and I know that we cannot attain the kind of education that we want as a nation without having the equipment. Education has to go with materials. So we must be realistic. And we cannot continue to take loan and loan and loan and loan. Looking at the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the CPU, PCU, their PCU unit, now the PE for this year is only 10 million. And that cannot settle it. That will only take them half of the year, and it cannot take them for the full of the year. I don't know how the Ministry of Finance came up with that, and the Ministry of Finance will be in a position to clarify that. Now, we talk about electricity, we talk about water supply, we talk about budget for the various ministries and government institutions. Now, after we budget to various ministries, when it comes to national development, all our people should have development equally. But then you look at who support who and who is not supporting the government. And those that are not supporting government, they are penalized in terms of getting the development that they should actually have, which should not actually be. And also, the government, at any point in time, they should be in a position to tell people the reality that this is the national budget. And from the national budget, we are bringing water. From the national budget, we are supplying electricity. From the national budget, we are having schools. From the national budget, we are able to pay our civil servants. But not through a favor from the president, not through a favor from any political party. This must be realistic. This must be realistic. I also want to go further for us to look at the budget that we have. You are looking at this debt service for this year. We are using 13 billion for debt service. And you said that debt service was under suspension. And 13 billion, the debt service alone is more than any ministry that we are actually going to settle for this year. So now, for long we have been accumulating debt. And here we are today to face the reality. The salaries for civil servants, as I always say,
It's not a matter of favoring them, but to whom much is given, much is expected. We have seen the salaries for civil servants, and the salaries for all entire civil servants, both the teachers, the police, the security sector entirely, the agriculturists, the health workers, all the salary sector is definitely not up to standard. What can we do as a nation? And to the Ministry of Finance, I am running out of time. One thing I want to ask you, how are you trying to deal with the issue of inflation? Constant depreciation of our currency. How are you trying to deal with that? Now, today, the pound stands at 98. 1 pound for $98. What are we going to do regarding that? How can we settle those things? We have seen price of commodities escalating day in, day out. But if the dollar is constantly depreciating, then it's a serious threat to the nation, and even if the nation fails to understand this reality. So we face these realities as a nation. So how do you want to address that in reality? Now, when you look at the other issue which I was talking about, which is the salary. Now, no matter the salaries, but if the salaries are not actually realistic and the constant depreciation of our currency, that is the dollar, if dollar continues to depreciate, then there will be no value for money, especially for the civil servant. Finally, at the latter part of my debate, I want to stress this issue. And as I said from the beginning, that we have seen all the ministries crying because they need additional money. And you and I know that all the ministries and government institutions are found wanting. Regardless of the president and his toll and wastage of money, we have seen the realities. And also, the nation cannot be crying while the government is wasting money. Finally, which I want to wrap up, is the budget. Honorable Speaker, the budget of the National Assembly. Come to the point. I said the budget of the National Assembly, putting 50 million for ITC wiring of this place is not realistic and should actually be looked into seriously. Secondly, the salaries of the civil servants. We have not looked at it, and it has not been increased. But we are in a position to increase salaries for National Assembly members. I am not part of it today, tomorrow, and forever, just as I said with the judicial remuneration bill, and I am not part of the salary increment for the National Assembly. It's not justifiable with the current situation that we are facing as a nation. We cannot stand at this point in time and increase our salaries. I am not a party to it, and I will never be a party to it. We are in a position actually to settle the areas that we have for various ministries, and also to increase salaries for civil servants, but not salary for National Assembly members. I stand to be corrected, and even if I stand alone, it's sometimes better to stand alone. I do not come here to have support of any National Assembly member. I do not come here to have support of any minister. I do not come here to have support of any staff of the National Assembly. I am here to speak the truth and to represent the interests of the Gambian people. And that is what I have sworn for, and that's what I am going to stand for. I thank you all.
The member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Can I also join my colleagues to thank the government of the day, especially the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Honorable Speaker, this is where separation of powers comes in. The executive will do their own, then the parliament also will step in and scrutinize what is better for our people. But, Honorable Speaker, there are most important things that I have seen in this budget. I sat here now for 8 years now, but then this year budget, the way and the manner it comes to Parliament, we must say bravo to the Minister of Finance and his staffs. Honorable Speaker, you see, whenever the opposition speak, before they land, we will know what they want to talk about. Honorable Speaker, the norms that comes back to Parliament, we have seen how the estimates or the budget process goes. Honorable Speaker, the member for Ken says, you cannot quote people's name in the budget, but then they feel the reality of the budget. But I can easily tell the member for Kia, the Kiang West Road is part of this budget. Means the Kiang people have filled themselves in this budget. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before going further, Honorable Speaker, you see, just recently, the FPAC recommendation on recapitalization of GEC is a good move. They put $150 million for a start. But, Honorable Minister, this amount of money that is given recommended by the FPAC, we have seen how that company is working. Honorable Speaker, recently they have built a plant. At the end of the season, they were able to sell energy to NAREC. It's a good move. We have seen today a bag of rice is reduced to 1,650. Their involvement is the use of Badia, Jar oil, and GEC. Those are involved in the market system. This is why this budget is coming forward to the doorstep of our people, Honorable Speaker. Members, I'm surprised if members said this year loans are more than the grants. Where in the book? Tell us. Where in the budget? Tell us. Because what I have seen, the loan, if you check on the overview of revenue, grants, and finance, the loan, the external borrow is 1.4 billion. The grants are 18.83 billion. These are grants. So you can't tell us anywhere the loans are more than grants. Honorable Speaker. You see, members cannot mislead us.
Honorable member, point of order. There is a point of honorable members order. Honorable member for Kiang West, please don't do that. No, don't do that, honorable member for Kiang West. When you were on the floor, people were not disturbing you in this manner. Please don't put off your mic, please. I appeal. No, don't do that. Honorable members, please allow the member for Lower Salem to continue.
I think the member for Lower Salem is right. You cannot mislead Parliament. Go to page 6. The loan is just 2%. It's 2.4%. You cannot come and invent figures here that are not right. No. Please. So, honorable member for Lower Salem, please continue. You see, please, I think the members should give me a chance. When you are misleading members, you are not giving us the real figures. But now I'm giving you a real figure. You either go by it or people will expose you. Paragraph 6, you check on grants. In 2025, we estimate 12 billion. Recently, it's 14 billion. You check on the loans, it's 1.5. Honorable Speaker. If members of Parliament.
There is point of order by the member for Sabah Sanjal.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I'm rising on 17F. Whilst a member is speaking, all other members shall remain silent and shall not make any unseemly interruptions. I believe the Honorable Member for Kiang West should remain silent and allow the Honorable Member to.
Order sustained. Honorable Member, it is apparent that maybe the facts that are coming from the member for Lower Salem are not be tolerated by his colleagues. We must refrain from that.
No, that is.
Honorable members, I don't want to invoke. Honorable member for Lower Salem, take a seat. Honorable member for Kiang West, I want to appeal that we maintain decorum. Please allow him to contribute.
But don't give.
Honorable Order, please take your seat. Honorable member for Kiang West, you're really out of order. And I'm happy that you know. Member for Lower Salem, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot give us what you are trying to put across. You said, now, domestic borrowing, these are under the government of the day, where treasury bills are sent to the commercial banks. Mr. Speaker, these are not loans, external loans, Mr. Speaker. These are within the country, whereby, you know, the central bank will use treasury bills to customer, commercial banks to get in, to attract the rates. You understand? This is why, if you go to the overview of revenue and grants financing, in where it comes. You see, Mr. Speaker, these members of parliament, we know that they are oppositions. And whenever they speak, we know that how they want to speak. But you can check the social sector this year. How it improved. Mr. Speaker, the support of disabilities, this budget has created $4 million. The Sahai initiative, $20 million. The agricultural equipment, $75 million. 79. The emergency is $52 million. Support on variable Gambians, $4 million. Support on research and innovative, $30 million. These are all sectors that this year has addressed, Honorable Speaker. If the same oppositions are now giving us that you take 100 million from agriculture, you start giving to projects that there are other components where the government should pay for those projects. This is why those components have to pay to those projects for their counterpart contribution. If you don't know, you cannot mislead members of parliament. And again, Honorable Speaker, the higher educations, there's a member who said, for you, he said it's zero. It's not zero. This year, there have been increase on that budget line. Because we have passed a bill. There's student enrollment scheme. This year is 40 million is there. These are budget that are increased annually. Honorable Speaker, you see, numbers also mentioned again, we have deficit of 25 billion. It's not really right, Honorable Speaker. That's a misleading statement. We have to deal with the budget. How it is written in this book. If you know that you don't know any issue on that, you get silence. We can't mislead people on that. Because making a political statement, because we are going for a campaign, no. If that campaign even, it's meant for people. This money, what is going to my house, it's meant for Gambian people. And we said everyone should feel it. So if you didn't realize this budget is meant for the success of the president, it has to. Because he is the caller in chief. Honorable Speaker, you see, you give us the reality that we can listen with our ears. When you give us false information, we give you deaf ears. I will debate it here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the social sectors, they have improved. Today, a bag of rice is 650. And this opposition, they never wanted this rice to come down. because of the support of the Minister of Finance. Today, that is given to Yao, is investing in the market. The GEC, the same thing. What you should complain about this book? We have to pass this document, Honorable Speaker. On that note, I take my seat.
Thank you very much, the member for Lower Salum, for that contribution. I now invite the member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving the floor. I think it's important, as members of Parliament, to really rise above water level. Anything you are giving in Parliament must be accurate. Do your studies and do your investigation before you come here to mislead Parliament or give narrations that are really unfounded. I want to also debunk some of the allegations that are made here in terms of borrowing. It's actually misleading and disheartening. Go to page 3, look at the foreign borrowing, amortization, domestic borrowing. It's just 2% of the budget. You cannot come here and giving things that are unfounded. And secondly, as well, as you rightly mentioned, domestic borrowing are meant for us to scout for resources within the banking sector. Rather than attracting, we have a call on government that reduce the amount of money you borrow outside. But let's really look inward to get fundings to fund our social projects. And Parliament cannot come here again, try to give an ugly picture to that. Let me tell you, there is no government in the world that doesn't borrow to financial development. Even the advanced nation, loan is not a problem. How you really, put that loan into best use to really impact a lot of people matters. This Parliament, we've ratified and agreed $93 million US dollars for the OIC road construction. Who can stand in this Parliament and say that that road did not impact traffic, did not impact industrial boosting, and did not also impact trade and commerce? Nobody can say that. So these are interventions by the government to be appreciated. And second, you are standing here saying that scholarship this time around has reduced. Lest we forget, or we don't do our findings properly. This Parliament has passed a bill, student revolving loan scheme. We are encouraging students now that we cannot put all the burden on government, but let's find a mechanism whereby government will give you a loan, you educate from there. Once you start working, you pay back. So how can you clamor again at canvas as if you are not really reflecting some of the decisions we take in this hollow chamber? This very Parliament has passed that bill into law. That moving forward, for us to make sure that the government really transform and bring some innovation, let's go into education financing by creating a student revolving loan scheme. It has been passed here, so I'm so disappointed. Listen to members of Parliament that come 2026, there will be no scholarship. I think it's important that when documents are given to us, we reflect back and look at them and read them thoroughly before we come and make some remarks. It doesn't really tell all of us. It exposes that you are speaking on a topic that you have no idea about. It exposes you as a member of Parliament that you haven't taken time to do your homework well. We should really peruse through these documents so that the citizen we represent, when we speak, understand that we are talking with facts, we are talking with confidence. You cannot come here and try to win the dress issues, loan scheme, that the loan has taken 80% or chunk of the budget. That's just unfounded stories. Right. Honorable Speaker, having made this clarification, I think let me also congratulate the Minister of Finance. With the meager resources we have in country, they were able to prioritize so many social safety nets in the budget. We've seen how they prioritize education. Now, if you go to page, budget book page 27, you can see that they have given about 13.59% to Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. For any nation to strive and develop, you must inject heavily in education. And this government is oblivious of that. That is why in every budget cycle, government doesn't give deaf ear to education. Because of education, we are here today representing those very people that voted us in. So government understood. That is why if you look at the priority of government, the USAID project was really meant for that. So that the issue about honorable member for Central Badibu was also reneging totally saying that we should put money in the budget to create, employment opportunity. When those kind of utterances are mentioned, I tremble in my skin. How can you say you are putting money in the budget to create employment? Even if you don't really do your homework, it's actually, I'm out of words. What government could do is to create the enabling environment to make sure that policies and programs whereby the private sector can strive. Government cannot be the sole provider of employment in this country. And that is why, since His Excellency comes into power, he put in place a reform process whereby the private sector will strive in a manner in which it will create job opportunities. That is why you are now seeing big companies now operating. So, having said that, if you also go to page 27, I refer to Ministry of Health, 7.8%, of course. Is it enough? No. I want us to really push further to attain the Maputo Declaration. The funding for health need to be really looked at. Everybody here should take health as a priority. I will call on the government to really, we appreciate what is here, but is it enough? It is never enough to finance health. Health is a very, very important sector. Every citizen, this is our hope. From your region up to Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, when we are sick, that's where we normally go to heal ourselves. So basically, we applaud the efforts in that intervention as well. And it's also important in debt financing. Once you borrow, you cannot, how do you call it again? Defend. As a country, you must make sure that you pay your debt. And as alluded by member for Lower Salum, of course, Upper Salum, there was a debt freeze for us during the COVID to give it the enabling environment to strive. What we need to do to work hand in glove with government to make sure that we expand our revenue base, to look at those untapped areas, to tap them, not necessarily increasing tax. These are quite different things. When we talk about revenue expansion, it does not really mean literally that we are going for a revenue upsurge. We're trying to look around to be innovative. And that is what the government has been doing since inception. We used to have $500 million collection monthly, but because of stringent measures that the government has put in place, creating one single treasury mail account to go close all the loopholes, we must appreciate this dynamic Minister of Finance seated here. Since he assumed office, he has done a lot of reform process. This SIPCA, this issue of what? Asikuda war, you name it. These are all giant strides in making sure that we materialize revenue generation. So let's work with government in terms of looking at avenues that are on tap to look for resources and fund our priorities. I can tell you, as of last year, as of this year, up to now, we haven't yet received appropriate support. But because of we believe in ourselves, we make sure that we close all the loopholes and the gaps, we are able to sustain. In fact, we can do without external donors. And it is this government that is setting that pace rolling, that we can believe in ourselves, we can fund our development need. It is this government, first of its kind, building road construction, highly intensified projects using GLF funds to build this road. So they deserve commendation. Is it
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
I'm asking on.
There's a point of order from the member for Serekunda. Can we hear that?
Thank you very much. Order 26. 2. A member shall speak standing and shall address his or her observation to the speaker or chairperson. And what the honorable member is doing, he is addressing the gallery.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member for Cantona, please continue and address the speaker.
Honorable Speaker, every sentence I begin, I call upon the Honorable Speaker. I'm not addressing the gallery per se, but I'm putting my concern to the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for the first time, in fact, for more than 10 years, you can attest to that. Minister of Agriculture did not have a funding like this year, 1.7 billion. It shows the government foresight in terms of how do we really innovate, how do we try to transform the Ministry of Agriculture. So this is a laudable initiative. They deserve commendation and a tap on the back. And for the first time, we are also looking at how do we recapitalize GGC, the Gambia Ground Corporation, to make sure that our farmers, whenever they go and harvest their crops, there's a market available, funds are available to buy their crops as well. Honorable Speaker, to Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, the government, I'm calling on FPAC and the entire parliament that every savings that we have, let's inject it to these key sectors. The Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, so that the electrification campaign that the President promised makes it to 90% of electricity in this country.
I now invite the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs to take the floor and clarify on issues and concerns raised by honorable members. Honorable Minister, the podium is all yours.
Honorable Speaker and members of the August Assembly, I thank you all for your active participation in the debate. Based on the notes I have taken, 15 members of the House have taken the floor. But before delving into the discussion proper, I think a number of interventions focus on the debt service have been taking a large proportion of the budget this year. There is a context to this, and some of the references have already been made. Debt service is a build-up to where we are. With the onslaught of COVID, Gambia entered into what they call debt service suspension initiative, which meant that debt principal of external debts were deferred. From 2020 to 2024, there was no debt servicing of the principal. So it's just like when you owe a bank, the bank decided to tell you, you should pay me in 4 years, but because you have issues, stop paying, but when you get out of the crisis, now you start paying. So once that starts, then you expect what you should have been paying incrementally over 4 years, now you are going to pay that upfront within a much shorter period. That adds to the debt challenge that we had, particularly for this year's budget. The second, also most important element is the impact of exchange rate. When these debts were contracted, the dollar was hovering around 40 to 50. Today we are in the 70s. So that is an exchange rate depreciation of more than 30 to 40%. Technically, when you do not service the external debt, it is sitting, the exchange rate is depreciating, the dollar equivalent of that goes up. So in your debt servicing, the burden will be higher. That's the second element. The third element is the issue of the duration. Most of these loans are very long-term loans. I'm sure you are approving these loans, 10 years grace period, payment over 20 to 30 years. In the budget, the debt service that is there, 80% of the value relates to debts that were contracted before 2017. So all of that, yes, just to show that this is how the debt has evolved, and we as a ministry have taken very active interest in the issue of debt because it's the biggest fiscal risks. And we believe we are not alone. We are looking around, we are working with our partners, but the issue of debt is not unique to Gambia. Globally, with the onslaught of COVID, almost all the countries, their debt level have gone up. I think I have also already shared with the clerk of the House a publication from the World Bank called World Debt Bulletin to be circulated to the National Assembly members, where each country debt evolution is populated. It shows each country. And I will show you how Gambia stands within that context. I think within the region, we have the lowest, we and Guinea-Bissau, in terms of absolute debt size. But this is not to make it not important. It is still one of the biggest challenges we have in our fiscal management, and we have put in strategies together to manage this. What are the key strategies? We make sure that we do not borrow non-concessional loans. By that I mean is we are not borrowing any external borrowing that are non-concessional. That means for every loans that we take, minimum is that 35% should be grant element. So like if you take a loan, all the loans we are contracting, it's like 35% grant and or 65% loan component. That is the strategy going forward. And more importantly, we are not borrowing from open market. We are borrowing from reliable international financial institutions who are development partners. So we have taken note, and myself and my team are working vigorously with our partners to look at how we can manage the debts, and these are the strategies we are putting in place. I just want to let the August Assembly be aware of that, and I will zoom into the individual interventions. The allocation of the development, the member for Kiang West mentioned that the allocation for development from the GLF is on the low side. Yes. Why so? For an obvious reason, most of the development budgets are funded through loans or grants, basically. And for the information of the House, all the interaction with the World Bank now are not on loan terms. Whatever financing we receive from the World Bank are all grants, be it budget support, be it specific project intervention. Equally, the same is true for African Development Bank. The only international financial institutions that are giving loans to us are the Islamic Development Bank and other institutions. But even there, we always ensure that the grant component must be as a minimum 35% of the loan amount. This will go on to answer the questions relating to loans and the impact of borrowing. I think mention has been made of our intervention in roads. And I did mention that in an earlier intervention in this August Assembly, research has shown that intervention or investment in the road infrastructure give a return of fourfold to the investment, to the cost of that. So also mention was made, as has been discussed, that a large component of this budget is loans. No, only 2.5% of the total budget is loan element. All the rest are grant related. So that is the intervention. For the member for Latrikunda Sabigi, private is not farmers. We are surprised because this is the largest allocation to the agricultural sector based on our records that we have kept. We've moved from 800 million to 1.7 billion, 77, which is an increase of 84%. And this is not a political talk. We are trying to support the agricultural sector in order to curb inflation and exchange rate reduction through import substitution. So these are deliberate policies that have been put in place. And the mention was made about cost of governance. Yes, this is an established public service that is already there, but these are not there for the purpose only for being put there. They are rendering useful public services and employing Gambians. Member for Fonyi Councillor, well, we hear you. Your views about the budget, which are welcome. However, the areas does not mean that you have to deduct from the budget for the next year, because there are strategies to handle this. These areas were not contracted in 1 year. These areas are accumulation over the years. So you cannot accumulate areas over years and then you pay up everything in 1 year. So that's not how it is done. Once you accumulate areas, then you coordinate with the borrower or with the creditor, and you do what they call a payment plan. We are developing an area strategy which is not just unique to Mohast, but is across the entire government sector. What we have is not a problem of expenditure. This year, our budget deficit is only 1%, all funds, and 0.3% GLF, which represent one of the lowest deficits. So this is a deliberate strategy to manage our debt stock, because if our revenue base is not enough, the only way to go is to borrow. So we are trying to deliberately contain the borrowing to that actually shrink the deficit level. So Mohas areas is not unique to them, but they don't have to use their 2026 budget to pay up everything. So indeed, the budget for Mohas is there, and Mohas will work on the payment plan with the sectors, as well as we as a ministry are working on a budget area strategy. I like the comment from the member for Joshua, and which I think the focus of this house should be. You cannot just focus on budget discussion on allocation and expenditure. You have to focus also on how the revenues are there to support that. We've not had much debate on the upside, because without the revenue, where are we going? Because we are pleased that the strong partnership we have with the donors are helping us with the budget support. But this budget support do tend to come because of the time difference. Our largest budget support partner is the World Bank. And our national calendar in terms of financial years are not the same or in line with that. Our national budget financial year is from January to December. World Bank starts from July to June. So you'll see we have 6 months out of planning time with them. So that's why you'll see in every given year, the budget support tend to come in the last month. As we speak, we are now in November. We have not received any budget support yet. Yes, we have passed all the thresholds required, all the triggers. They are going to their board at the end of this month, and we likely get the budget support. But these are direct impact on allocation, because if you cannot spend without revenue. So if the expected budget support has not come in your budget execution, you tend to build up areas in the system, and this is why sectors are complaining. So I like the comment of the Honorable Minister for Joshua, and we encourage the National Assembly in the budget discussion to focus more also on the revenue. And we are working very hard on that, but I don't think it's a one ministry thing, it's a whole government approach. And the concern he has of the agricultural ministry in terms of the ministry proper vis-a-vis the project is noted, and we will pass the comment on to the relevant sector. So the comments have been very welcome in terms of that GRA can do more. Yes, and we are trying to strive on digitalization to increase the collection of taxes without increasing the tax rates across. The increase in the personal emoluments is not because of any salary increase per se, but you have year-on-year increase. Like, for example, once you complete a year on a grade, an increment will be due to you. And also some sectors are now recruiting. So that is what is there. We have no salary increase per se, but individual year-on-year increases as well as the number of staff being recruited have been increased. The member for Serekunda has mentioned how the allocation to Office of the President, and I think that was well dealt with by another member here, which is a member for, to say, I like the intervention from the member for Serekunda, which bifurcated that the allocation to Office of the President is not the Presidency's allocation alone. You have about 5 subvented entities where those expenditures all come under that. The issue of the departmental self-revenue is worth noting, and we are now working on a strategy whereby agencies and MDAs that generated revenue and are subvented will now be asked going forward that before their allocations are given, they should give us an idea about how much revenue are they making. Because the concept of subvention should be a top-up. If you collect revenue, you should get additional revenue only, additional allocation of resources to the extent that your revenue cannot cover it. It is noted that the self-raised revenue has been addressed correctly, Honorable Member for Serekunda, in the Public Finance Act, but practice and the calendar of the budget makes it almost impossible. But we will be working on that going forward so that there will be a visibility. And this will help the National Assembly members to understand the rationale and the thinking behind certain budget allocations, like certain sectors like Ministry of Youth and Sports, which have revenue sources not within this budget, but which have been legislated. And other sectors are there. Ministry of Health, if you look at RBTH, all the health centers, they do raise revenue. University of the Gambia, they do raise revenue. So it doesn't mean that those are only operating on what we give here. They have revenues that they are raising and they are spending as they raise. And those are approved and legislated by the National Assembly. But for visibility purpose, that will give a bird's eye view of the all resource envelope these sectors are getting. But normally, even for us as a ministry to compile our government budget is a very big task. But we will be endeavoring to bring them along with time, just like we have introduced the program-based budgeting on a pilot basis and on an incremental basis. And that will help understand, help explain how the budget allocations are done. Yes, the member for Brikama South did ask for the program grants and the implementation. Most of these, we have met all the triggers, and the various institutions are going through their approval process to allocate resources accordingly. We have no information to believe that what is there will not be released. But normally, as I have mentioned, these disbursements will happen to be towards the end of the year. Yes, I did mention about the personnel emoluments increase, that staff increases overall, and year-on-year increase. SOE commission needs to be increased. Yes, this is an important commission of the ministry, and we heed this thing. But because of the resource envelope, and I think the work of the commission also needs to be put in context, because the commission cannot replace the agencies they are supervising. So we would rather let them be even using the consultants more and ask the agencies to prepare the reports that they would want, instead of them preparing a report from first principles. But notwithstanding, additional resources are welcome, and we will do what we can for this. Implementation of the project, yes, we are aware of that. That's why now increasingly we are trying to look at a different way on how to implement government projects. We have now started a pilot with the RISE project, whereby we are now integrating implementation and embedding it through government systems. The new RISE project at the Ministry of, which is multi-sectoral at the Ministry of Finance, is now being implemented through the individual line ministries. The key aspect is we have the centralized fiduciary unit that takes care of the fiduciary, but all the program and activities are now pushed at the ministries. So we have the Ministry of Basic Education, Ministry of Higher Education, in Ministry of Accountant General, Ministry of Internal Audit, that are now, instead of creating a PIU for implementation. So this is called Performance for Results approach. And we are also working on a centralized fiduciary to coordinate the fiduciary aspect of the projects. Yes, National Audit Office was not auditing projects in the past because the donors wanted to see credible audits. But we are happy to report that the capacity of the National Audit Office has increased, and as such, they have started auditing projects. We are also trying to make sure that visibility on project implementation is in place, and we have now put a policy at the ministry whereby all new projects will be implemented using the IFMIS, so that there will be visibility on this thing. Then we have member for Bakau. Well, total revenue and grants have been mentioned, and total allocation, the debt service allocation, and I think I have extensively mentioned that. But I will pay particular attention to the issue of youths, which the member have raised. We must understand when we talk about expenditures related to youths, rules are cross-cutting. It doesn't mean that whatever we allocate to the Ministry of Youth is what the entire government allocation to the youth sector is. Youth is defined up to the age of 35. And if you look at the Ministry of Higher Education, TVET, all of those are youth interventions. But they are not parked under the Ministry of Youth and Sports. If you look at today, from kindergarten to grade 12 is free education. More than half of the University of the Gambia students are on scholarships. All these TVET programs are going on. So all these are matters related to youths. So it doesn't mean that government interaction as far as youth matters is only what we allocate to the ministry. The ministry is there to manage the policy aspect of implementation of youth-related programs, but not just and not the execution directly. Other sectors are there, scholarships, TVET program, and more importantly, if you look at even the Ministry of Agriculture, you have matching grants. And a number of entrepreneurs who are youths are now beneficiary of those matching grants. All these represent government investment in the youth category. And other agencies of government, such as the Social Development Fund, have low interest loans that they are able to give to youths and entrepreneurs. So we have taken note that the youth is a very important category of the population. They comprise more than 60%, and they are dealt with accordingly. But all that we are doing is we are not putting it under one ministry and say all the scholarships to MOHAS should be under the ministry because they are used. All the matching grants for agriculture, they are is allocated based on the individual ministry's allocation. We have mentioned I will just say that the presidential tour is not, we don't see it as a political tour. It is a constitutionally mandated expenditure, our allocation, and actually the constitution said 2 times as a minimum. Well, I'm responding. I don't know whether you can observe me or not. So the agriculture ministry has been allocated an increase of 84%. I'm not a parliamentarian. I don't know your procedures. You collect me.
Honorable members, order. Honorable Minister, please continue. Don't allow anyone to observe you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Agriculture Ministry has been allocated 84%, and we will be happy to say that this is the largest allocation ever in the history of this country in terms of allocating to this sector. And this is not a political thing, but we believe it is going to serve a very key economic objective of import substitution. And the member for Nyamina Dankunku also harp on the need for focus on revenue, which is quite important. And we hasten to explain that the non-tax revenue decreased because some of the projections of last year did not materialize. And with that material information, you don't have to repeat those errors. You just have to take note of the lessons learned, because the budget is a planning process. As you are implementing, you lessons learned, and you make sure that those lessons are incorporated in future budgets. Mention is made about the GSM operators. We have made progress in this. A digital solution has been signed up to. Currently, the GSMs are on self-reporting for tax purposes. But with the SICPA telecom solution, the digital solution will be found that will give us the true revenue collection and the associated tax collection that will be. Yes, the program-based budget allocations for the Ministry of Defense and TACOs, these are noted. But like we said, you can only spend so much that you get. And if you want to spend beyond that, the only way to go is debt. And already we are trying to manage the debt stock. With a lowering of deficit, we have no choice but to really constrain expenditure. And this is not our wish, because we know at the Ministry of Finance that the government is one of the largest active players in the economy. A reduction in government expenditure is actually undercutting your economic growth. So left to us alone, we will try to spend as much as we can as a ministry, because that will expand the economy, improve the life and livelihood of every Gambian. But then it has a concomitant effect that unless it is funded, you are only increasing expenditure on borrowing. And that is not very right. That's why it's the way forward out of this is for all to work together to increase the revenue size. Once the revenue increases, definitely the allocation will go accordingly. So that is what we are doing. Member for Talinding on the allocation to sectors. Member for, it's not that we are not aware. We are very aware, but these are fiscal constraints, and we wish we have the latitude to allocate as sectors need. Certainly, it's not. That is all. And when it comes to school feeding, we are very aware, but this sector is supported. We have the WFP, you have the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and we have the Ministry of Finance also allocating. So we know very well, not all the country is covered, but it doesn't mean that we are negligent. So most of us are beneficiaries from that program, and will not do justice if we have had the resources and we don't. But it's just simply because of resource constraint. Yes, when it comes to classroom building, when you have a partner, you don't crowd out your limited resources. MRC Holland Foundation is doing a great job, and they are a development partner. So their contribution is noted. That's why we give them the space to help us with the construction of school classrooms. And we will be very pleased with the process, progress and performance of the MRC Holland Foundation. We believe we should not crowd out our limited resources when they are very helpful. Member for Banjul North also on the debt service. Of course, I think I've responded to that adequately. And areas for Mohas, similar comments which have already been answered. So member for Jokadu, I think the member for Jokadu raised a very valid point. Budget is a planning process which is 1 year. You don't do whatever you want in your entire 5-year plan in 1 year. So it's an incremental process. We are improving and we are learning as we are going. We'll be doing that. And we call for I think the national clarion call should be revenue mobilization for every citizen. Once the top line grows, then expenditure will not be an issue. Because we are aware that the more government spend, the better for the economy and the better for the citizen. But if you don't have the resources, how can you spend? Yes, so I will hasten to reply to the member for Badibu Central to say that the budget is not, unfortunately, we don't see it that way. We believe this budget is people-centered. We have allocated more than 25% to social sectors of education, health, and infrastructure, and agriculture. As we speak, there is nobody in the civil service who is paid less than 6,000, and this is what this budget is delivering, and we are trying our best. Linkage of the budget to the SDG of our National Development Plan, this is certainly the case. And member for Fonyi Bintang, yes, I have answered your question on the area strategy being developed, particularly for Mohas. Mention was made of inflation. Yes, the inflation was not just unique, it's not just unique to Gambia, but we're happy that the central bank monetary authorities are making the necessary effort. And as we speak, the latest inflation figures we have is about 7%. And the price of basic commodities such as rice, I'm happy that the member for Lower Salom has mentioned of how a bag of rice is now 1,650. And these are my observations, and I thank the comments from the Lower Salom and member for Kantora Majority Leader for the support. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. So, honorable members, he more or less responded to all issues and concerns raised. And I'm sure the chair of FPAC also have some issues to respond, but certainly his work has been made easy by the Minister of Finance. Chairperson of the FPAC and Minority Leader and member for Brikama North, please wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members, and Honorable Minister. I think the issues relating to the budget, physically, the Honorable Minister has responded to those issues. What concerns me are issues pertaining to the report. And precisely the report is a consolidated report. Simply, it came from the respective committees. I'll just give you the rundown in form of summary as what transpired at the committee levels. For FPAC, OP total we deducted 16,631,741 and then we allocated to the different budget lines 6,308,000. Then that means a saving of 10,323,741 was realized for the OP. For National Assembly, no deduction, no relocation, no saving. Judiciary, 19,693,000 deducted, reallocated 8,480,000, a saving of 11,213,000. IEC, total deduction 270,776,706. Reallocation 28,764,350. Then the savings of 242,012,356. NAO, deduction 56,608,020, no addition, and that is the balance or saving. Finance, 5,025,000, relocation 3,662,500, then balance will be 1,362,500. For Ombudsman, 6,245,000, no addition, therefore that's the balance. For the Minister of Public Service, 512,000 was the deduction, and addition is 300,000. That's balance of 212,000. For Office of the Vice President, 6,500,000 deducted, and they reallocated 3,200,000, a saving of 3,300,000. Out of this, FPAC reallocated or recommended and agreed to reallocate these savings to this total give us a total deduction of 382,000 million, rather 1,467. That's the deduction. And for the addition, for the total addition, that is for FPAC.
Minority.
Yes.
I thought you said the Bureau will meet later on for the addition.
Committee? I'm not trying to give what will be the, yes, no. You know, that was part of the report where we recommended for reallocation was part of the report. So on that,
I was thinking probably because people have to meet again. That was, the Bureau, you reported to the Bureau. Maybe you can just talk about the total saving, and then when you meet, then during the Committee of Supply, you would have come and report.
I understand. But what is in the report, that's what I'm trying to summarize. But somebody asked the total deduction and then the total saving, and as well as the total addition and then the balance. You will listen, you will know it. So far, there is no committee that has done any saving. All that they did were to deduct and reallocate. So that means zero saving as far as all the committees are concerned. So where we can get saving or balance in the saving emanated from the savings of FPAC. And what FPAC recommended out of that, For National Assembly, 50 for the development. For the Office of the President, for the National Council for Civic Education, 27 million. And for the Ministry of Finance, under travels, that is the main area where the ministry used to do its connection to lobby fund or to connect the development partners. The budget as of 2025, 17 million was approved. And as at October, the actual for that particular budget line was 44,285,000. The committee concluded that by December, the ministry can spend 45 million. And based on that, what was allocated 17 million, we consider that was short of 38 million. So that is the 38 million recommended to be augmented to that budget line. Under telecommunication and electricity are zero, and that means there was an error. Those two budget lines were zero. So the projection 5 million for telecommunication and 3 million for electricity. Training also was under budgeted by 2.4. Contribution to international organization is zero. 1 million is approved. And then travels also on the Accountant General Department is also zero. Then 10 million is approved for that. As well as the ICT infrastructure on the Accountant General also is zero. Then 13 million is also recommended for that. The rents, which has an actual asset now more than 4 million, is under budgeted, and then 2.6 is also approved. Centralized service settlement of confirmed debts under what is needed on the budgeted, and then what the committee can offer is 45 million to settle the confirmed debts. But we further request for the list of the confirmed debts to establish this figure first. And we hope before consideration we'll get this list of confirmed debts. The civil service staff loan is also zeroized in the budget. Then 5 million is allocated for that. Then the public service, the scholarship was also short of 35 billion. Altogether, this amounted to 145 million. Now, if you add all this together, what FCAP can get as balance as far as the savings and then the additions recommended is 94,286,617. So far, this is the balance that will be looked into to be redistributed to all the ministries. I want to believe all the committees who are requesting for augmentation for the respective ministries, and they did not do any saving. All that they saved reallocated. It's only FPAC that was able to save, and in the saving we made 382,1,467. We also relocated and have a balance of 94,286,617. That is what we'll be meeting to consider redistributing before consideration and do the necessary budget line allocations and increment where necessary. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to thank you and members of the FPAC and all chairpersons and various committees of the National Assembly, as well as we wish to thank the Honorable Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs, and that of the Public Service as well, and your permanent secretaries and staff, technicians from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and other satellite institutions who work tirelessly in ensuring that the 2026 estimate is put in place and tabled before this assembly. The clerk and staff of the National Assembly, our partners, members of the media, I want to thank all of you, and of course, our 8th table office and his staff. I want to thank each and every one of you, director of committees and everybody. Thank you very much, honorable members. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the committee's recommendation of the 2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia, as well as debate on the 2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia, 1st January to 31st December 2026, both dates inclusive. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On the note, I thank you earlier on. I will only have to put the question. Be it resolved that this assembly do stand adjourned until Monday, 24th December 2025. Those in favor, please say aye. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This assembly now stand adjourned until Monday, 24th December 2025 at 10 a.m.